Good evening. Good evening. I would like to call this September 3rd, 2024 School Board regular meeting to order. The time is now 6 p.m. The school board would like to take a moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional lands of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent and equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so that all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Vice President Doran, would you please lead us in the pledge? Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Miss Charlie is excused. Mr. Shannon?
Here.
Colonel Cole?
Here.
Colonel Foster is excused. Mr. Burgess?
Here.
Mrs. Burnett?
Yes, here, sorry.
Mr. Doran?
Here.
Miss Maple?
Here.
Miss Marati?
Here.
Sanderson?
Here.
Hardy?
Here.
The board has a quorum.
The next item on our agenda is staff introductions. Building administrators new to the district or new to the position will be introduced. Or the principals, Ms. Gillum will make the introduction. Oh, Ms. Gillum and Ms. LaPlante will make the introductions.
So I'm going to be introducing the elementary principals and interim principals. And how do you want to do this, Dr. Miner? And do you want them to each come up and stand up here while we're introducing them, or do you want them all to come up, just one at a time?
I want them to come up and stand here.
Okay, all right. So maybe I'll have all three elementary principals come on up here. So that would be Michelle Heminger, Eston Jennings, and Genevieve Chacho. All right, stand right over here. Thank you. So I'll start with Michelle Heminger, who's the new principal at Ladd Elementary School. Michelle Heminger is the proud new principal of Ladd Elementary School. Michelle has been in education for 16 years, 13 of which have been in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. She started her career with our district at the North Pole Middle School and most recently taught math at Barnett Magnet School. She completed her principal certification program last year and is thrilled to be joining another K-8 school in our district. As an engaged mother and spouse, Michelle understands what is on the plate of the busy parents, and she looks forward to engaging with Ladd students and their families. Welcome, Michelle. Eston Jennings is in her 22nd year in education and her 6th year in Alaska. Last year, she served as an assistant principal at West Valley High School. And in her spare time, she and her partner Nick like to go fishing and camping. And she says that she's proud that she increased her fishing dip net skills last year. And I think it was that you now caught one.
No, I got 3. I cannot believe it.
All right. Okay. As interim principal at Midnight Sun, she is continuing the reading focus with a school-wide walk to read, a program that has been strongly led by the dedicated staff. Another goal she has for this year is to continue to strengthen the school and community connections by being intentional about expressing gratitude and appreciation for students, staff, and families. Another goal is she's hopeful that the North Pole community and PTA will collaborate to bring back the Midnight Sun ice rink. Eston is excited about this school year and welcomes members of the school board to come for a visit. And I would also like to introduce Genevieve Chacho, is our interim principal at Wood River Elementary School. She's honored to serve as the school where she has been a teacher and where she recently finished her principal internship alongside Grant Guy. Genevieve brings 10 years of education experience to the 10 years of classroom experience in public education, with the past 7 years dedicated to the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. Before stepping into this role, she had the pleasure of teaching 5th grade at Wood River for 4 years. Genevieve enjoys traveling and spending quality time with her husband and 2 children. During the summer, they like subsistence fishing and berry picking in her village. She is excited to build strong, positive relationships with the Wood River community this year and looks forward to the great work they will accomplish together. Welcome, Genevieve. Okay, and we'd like to invite you to go and shake the hands of the board.
Walk the line. Perfect.
All right.
Next, we'll have our secondary principals. So Liesel and Wayne, if you're here, if you can come up. Unfortunately, Grant Guy and Dave Dershin are unable to be here tonight, but I am excited to introduce Wayne Horine as the new head teacher at CEC. Wayne's history with the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District started before he ever took a job with us. As a child, he attended Weller Elementary and GIS before it was best, graduated from West Valley High School, and student taught at Lathrop High School. He started his teaching career at Effie Cochran, where he taught math for 13 years, and he's now been at CEC for the past 5 years. In addition to math, Wayne has enjoyed various coaching opportunities, including coaching Native Youth Olympics since 2019 and assisting with local soccer. He is currently the interim executive director for the Fairbanks Youth Soccer Association and helps with Eclipse Soccer Club registration in his free time. In his new role, Wayne is especially looking forward to seeing CEC students graduate and helping students graduate on time at their home schools. Wayne Horine. Unfortunately, Dave Dershin cannot be here, but he is the new principal at Hutchison High School. Dave Dershin has served as a teacher and principal in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District for many years. However, he started as a science teacher in Chicago. When he and his wife, Carrie, moved to Fairbanks, he taught at Tanana Middle School and Lathrop before becoming an assistant principal at North Pole Middle. He then returned to Lathrop as an assistant principal before serving as the principal at Lathrop from 2011 to 2014. And 10 years ago, he transitioned to Randy Smith Middle School, where he built a strong interconnected school built on high expectations. In his free time, you can find Dave on the pickleball court. Dave Dershin. Do we clap for him? He's not here. I don't know. We'll clap for him. Okay. Next, Grant Guy will be serving as the interim principal at North Pole High School this year. Grant Guy has devoted 22 years to education, 13 of which have been spent here in Fairbanks as the principal of Wood River Elementary. Before joining our district, Grant spent 9 years in the Lower Yukon School District at Marshall School. Grant is a leader among our principals, having served twice as the president of the Fairbanks Principals Association, along with many various district committees. He loves a good story and will always be reading a book or listening to an audible. During the summer, Grant and his family enjoy traveling, taking photos, and learning about the world outside of Alaska. As he moves into a high school position, Grant is excited to learn more about the many courses, CTE pathways, and electives offered to students in our district. Thank you, Grant. And I'm excited to announce Liesel Whitgriff, who will be serving as the interim principal at Randy Smith Middle School this year. Liesel Whitgriff has been in education for 20 years. During that time, she has taught music, including a range of positions from elementary general music, band and orchestra, all the way to high school. All in all, she has taught at 6 different schools. Most recently, she has served as an assistant principal at West Valley High School, but you may be familiar with her work in launching our summer music jumpstart camp, or program to build instrumental music interest in students for rising middle schoolers. When she's not busy supporting music, she enjoys traveling with her husband and 3 daughters during school breaks. Liesel is looking forward to learning and growing with the staff and students at Randy Smith Middle School. And now you two. And then next, I will invite up our 4 new assistant principals: Shayna Fields, Bruce Bell, Joseph Self, and Jacob Glenn.
Congratulations.
You guys know what to do because you've seen everybody else do it. Jacob Glenn is serving as an assistant principal at North Pole Middle School this year. Jacob Glenn has been in education for 15 years. He taught middle school math and science at a private school for 1 year, high school for 11 years, and was a curriculum and instructional coach for 2 years in North Carolina. This is his second year in the district and his first year at North Pole Middle School. Like many of his students, he transitioned from Ben Eielson to North Pole Middle School this year and is getting to reconnect with familiar faces and learn new ones as well. Jacob's hobbies include reading, walking, playing games, and hanging out with friends and family. He is looking forward to this year and helping students and himself embracing the change to a new school. Thank you, Jacob. Also at North Pole Middle School, we are excited to welcome Joseph Self as an assistant principal. Joseph Self has been in education for 20 years. He came to Alaska 8 years ago to work in the Northwest Arctic as a teacher, where he also went on to become the CTE Special Program Coordinator and CTE Director. He began employment with Fairbanks North Star Borough School District 2 years ago as a teacher at North Pole Middle and is now entering his first year as assistant principal there. Although Joseph is originally from Louisiana, he says he lived too far north to be considered Cajun. I wonder what they would think of all his coordinates right now. However, he does love to cook and is definitely influenced by the Cajun flavors. He loves an opportunity to cook up some gumbo. I'm coming over. Get ready, Joseph. Joseph loves working with people and especially helping young people achieve their goals. He is looking forward to building relationships, including with his colleagues at North Pole Middle School and all the students and parents in North Pole. Thank you, Joseph. And next, I'm excited to announce Bruce Bell, who is assistant principal at Ryan Middle School this year. Bruce Bell is happy to be the assistant principal at Ryan Middle School, home of the Wolverines. Bruce has been in education for 35 years, all of which have been with the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, working in secondary schools. We have known him most recently as the principal at Ben Eielson Junior Senior High, where he'd served since the fall of 2017. Bruce has been a member of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District Career and Technical Education Advisory Committee, a past FPA member on the Board Budget Committee, a FPA member on the Scholarship Committee, and is currently serving on the Board of Directors for Education Northwest, a regional educational research organization. His interests include being involved as much as possible in the role of being a grandpa, and when time allows, he enjoys hobbies such as working construction. This year, Bruce is once again looking forward to building connections with students and getting to know the Ryan community. Thank you, Bruce. And last, I'm excited to announce Shayna Fields, who is serving as assistant principal at West Valley High School. I messed up my pages, so I just have to make sure I get it right, Shayna. Okay, here we go. I'd like to introduce Shayna Fields, who joins us as the new assistant principal at West Valley High School. Shayna is a lifelong resident of Fairbanks and a proud product of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. With 19 years of experience in the district, primarily at Ann Ween and Pearl Creek Elementary Schools, where she taught a variety of grade levels and was a reliable team member and natural leader. She brings a wealth of knowledge and a deep commitment to fostering student success. When time allows, she enjoys spending time with her 3 teenagers and training her dogs for agility competitions. Shayna is excited to reconnect with familiar faces and meet many new ones as she supports our students on their journey through high school and prepares them for adulthood. Thank you, Shayna.
Thank you and congratulations. 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 Good to see you again. Congratulations.
The next item on our agenda is honoring our ESP of the month. Clarissa Kogel, Anderson Crawford Elementary School Administrative Secretary, will be recognized as the ESP of the month for September 2024. Teresa Lesage, Anderson Crawford Elementary School's principal, will make the presentation.
President Hardy, members of the board, Dr. Miner. My name is Teresa Lesage. I'm principal of Anderson Crawford Elementary School. And we all at Anderson Crawford, thank you so much for the opportunity to recognize Clarissa Kogel as the ESP of the month for September. She never seeks the limelight. So Oh, but my teacher voice was working so well. Gotcha. Okay. So she never does seek the limelight. So even having her stand here and be recognized is not her favorite thing. But everyone at ACES is so happy that she has been honored because it gives us an opportunity to brag on her. So she's been with the school district for 20 years, and she has worked in a number of positions, all at our school. So she is a font of institutional knowledge about everything in our school. When she began, the school was only 3rd grade through 6th grade, and now we have pre-K through 5th grade, and she has helped us with that transition hugely. Through all of this, she supported everyone, making sure that everything runs smoothly because she has great attention to detail. She provides a listening ear for everybody, and that creates a calm, safe, inviting environment for students, staff, and families. She has many students who drop by her desk to flip over the sand sculpture or to visit the betta fish, who I just found out today moved to Nebraska for a larger fish tank. That's what was said when some of our kids came by to visit the betta. So I think that's the equivalent of the Daisy Hill puppy farm. But she always is a smiling presence, and she's there to support everybody. So our staff had some comments that they wanted to add. And one of our newly hired staff said that Clarissa was such a helpful resource when they were first hired. She's kind and caring and always willing to help when needed. Clarissa is outstanding in every single way. She knows everything. Clarissa is happy to help with absolutely anything you ask. There is no way that we could function smoothly without her. Clarissa upholds professionalism in our school and adds warmth and joy to making Anderson Crawford a welcoming environment for staff, students, families, and visitors. Clarissa is always productive, but never too busy to help. If there's a question to be answered or a project to be completed, Clarissa will find a way to help to get it done. She's reliable, supportive, and incredibly thoughtful and giving. And to sum it all up, this is the last staff comment, simply the best. So thank you, Clarissa, and thank you to the school board for letting us honor her. You can shake hands.
The next item on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Consent items marked with an asterisk are considered routine and not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning those items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. May I have a motion?
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote?
Colonel Cole,
Yes.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Sanderson,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Doran,
Yes.
Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Our next item on the agenda is public comments on non-agenda items. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comment on non-agenda items. This is a time and opportunity for the community members to be heard. The board will make note of topics, though no official action will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not be responding to comments or questions made by the public, but may ask questions of the speaker for clarifying purposes only. Concerned citizens should initially discuss matters with the superintendent or designee first. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, then it may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action and/or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the board office by 4 p.m. the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Those who have signed up in advance will be called upon first, and if time remains, anyone else who is in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. Public testimony will be heard from citizens in the order in which they have signed up. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom prior to the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their general area of residence. The first person we have signed up is Ms. Nikki Eisman.
Good evening. Nikki Eisman, EASEMAN, Old Nenana Highway. Thank you. It's good to see all of you. I guess I'm here to talk about curriculum. I was recently at a North Pole Forum and for candidates running for public office, and somebody running for the assembly said, in response to a question about education, that he had heard that parents couldn't even find out what their kids were being taught. And I'm a big fan of accuracy. And so as he left, I chatted with him and I said that in fact, all our curriculum guides were online, and that elementary teachers sent out weekly newsletters, high school teachers had syllabi, that in fact, parents absolutely had complete access to what their children were being taught. And then, just to refresh my memory, I went online and I know that I could go through teaching and learning, through 20 steps or so to get to the curriculum guides. But I thought, oh, well, let me just try Googling FNSBSD curriculum. And that took me right up to the curriculum page. I was glad to see it all laid out, that there's research, review, and materials, describe and define, implementation, measure, refine, revise, that we have a 6-year process, a 6-year cycle, and everything is laid out really clearly. Nothing is obscure, nothing is hidden. I know that I have occasionally missed dates on things, but I'll take responsibility for that. There are 7 topics that are in the describe and define stage this year. There's been, I have a copy of the Watchman article here and some, I'm going to say, rancorous commentary online and in the Watchman about our process. And this line, buried on an obscure page of the district's website, really sounds nefarious. And, I want to thank the district, the administration, for really going above and beyond to make everything so easy to find. I know all of this information is online, and if somebody prefers a hard copy, they can go downtown. They can't get a big binder to take away, but they can stand at the counter and look at all that. All the information is there. I think there's some people here to talk about curriculum, and I just want to encourage everyone to remember that we're here to talk in good faith about our shared concerns. If you're here to talk about curriculum, then I applaud you. Your testimony is part of the comment process laid out by our administration. There are no enemies here in this room. So let's be our best selves. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
No questions.
No,
Okay,
sorry.
come on.
Our next person signed up is Ms. Kristen Shoup.
Kristen Aaron Shoup, SCH, UPP, Farmers Loop. I currently have 3 children in high school. At the school board meeting back in June, a testifier read a passage from the book, The Bluest Eye, However, they neglected to name the author. I think it is important that authors receive credit for their work. So, The Bluest Eye was written by one of the most celebrated authors in the world, Nobel Prize winner Toni Morrison. Ms. Morrison's work often depicts difficult circumstances and the darker side of humanity, but the stories of the individuals' lives she writes about help convey insights into understanding of and empathy for the characters. And so to understand why certain passages are in a book and what it means, it is really important to read an entire book so that you understand the context. If a person was only to read a single passage from George Orwell's Animal Farm, they might think it's just a cute story about animals. However, if you read the entire novel, you would understand that it's making a much larger statement about societal structures and functions. Taking the time to read an entire book to understand the context is much like taking the time to to know people and learn about them for yourselves rather than taking certain sound bites or the word of others as facts, and then casting judgment, especially if those opinions are negative and made to incite fear. At the school board meeting 2 weeks ago and at many others before, there have been some very hateful and ugly statements made about the queer community. Testimony filled with homophobia, transphobia, dehumanization, and general misinformation. It is entirely unacceptable to come into this space or any space and model hate to our children. The members of the queer community are valid and deserving of dignity and respect. Just because you don't understand it doesn't make it wrong. I have a hard time wrapping my brain around the magic of television shows being beamed into my living room, but it doesn't mean it's wrong or not real. Queer people are some of the absolute best people I have ever met, and I'm grateful to have so many as my friends. They are the most kind, compassionate, and thoughtful people who bring great service and contribution to our communities and are often super funny. They are just people. They are our parents, our siblings, our children. They feed the hungry. They help the sick and injured. They uphold our laws. They fix our roads and our plumbing. They grow our food. They lead our communities. If you want to have joyful laughter and feel loved and cared for, I highly recommend making friends with a queer person. Many queer people have struggled with coming to peace with their identities because of the historical lack of acceptance and awareness in our current society. I am so hopeful for today's young people to be able to embrace who they are and not to have to fight the same resistance that their elders have faced. What it comes down to is love, loving yourself and loving others. So I'd ask that you read a person's book before judging them. Have a conversation with them and come to the conversation with compassion and love and a willingness to learn. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, and I believe they're online, we have Ms. Sharon Hansen.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Sharon Hansen, Hansen. I live in Fairbanks. I'm testifying this evening to give accolades to the principal at my children's school. Miss Stacy Foshi has gone above and beyond on so many occasions that I can't even count them all. But there is one in particular I feel needs to be publicly highlighted. There is a shortage of teachers, especially special education teachers, not only in Fairbanks, but in many regions. We were thanking our lucky stars at the beginning of last school year that we had a special education teacher. But then a couple of months into the school year, this teacher retired. I was very grateful to the district that worked tirelessly with Miss Foshi to come up with alternate solutions for the remainder of the school year. Miss Foshi was proactive early on in the spring, reviewing the candidates that were forwarded to her from HR. After going through the interviewing process, a candidate was selected that the entire hiring committee was delighted about. That candidate happens to be from another country. There were hiccups in the process of obtaining a visa and getting this new teacher to Fairbanks. I don't know all of the details, but I was particularly struck when I found out that Miss Foshi is personally housing our new special education teacher until this teacher is able to obtain her own housing. Miss Foshi also provided her own personal home address for the visa process to proceed. It's moments like this that I think about what is behind the data being how are students performing on the standardized tests? What are they learning in school? With a principal like Stacy Foshi, They are not only obtaining academic success, they are learning by her exemplary example how to be fantastic human beings. She greets her students at the door each morning with a genuine smile and asks how they are doing. Going above and beyond, she is the heart of our school's community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Jen Gunderson.
Hi, I'm Jen Gunderson, Gunderson, and I live in Goldstream. So this is my new passion project because I have a teenager who just started West Valley, so she's a freshman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about an issue that directly impacts students' academic success and overall well-being, high school start times. Time after time, our Alaska state legislators tell us to improve our test scores and educational outcomes to receive more funding. While I disagree that funding should be transactional, I do think that if our district makes an attempt to improve educational outcomes through later start times for high school, which has been shown to be effective in studies, could not only help our students but also help our current funding crisis. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that middle and high schools start no earlier than 8:30 a.m., a position echoed by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the American Medical Association, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. The National Education Association issued a resolution in 2015 supporting school schedules that follow research-based recommendations regarding the sleep patterns of age groups. Research shows that our current early start times do not align with teenagers' natural sleep cycles. Adolescents experience a biological shift in their circadian rhythms that makes it difficult to fall asleep and wake up early. As a result, many students come to school sleep deprived, and this has significant consequences for their academic performance and overall health. Sleep is a necessity for optimal brain function. Students who get enough sleep are more attentive in class, retain information better, and perform higher on tests. Conversely, sleep-deprived students are more likely to struggle with concentration, problem solving, and emotional regulation. By starting school later, we can help students arrive to class rested and ready to learn, which will lead to better grades, higher test scores, and improved graduation rates. Mental health is also a concern among teenagers, and sleep deprivation only exacerbates issues like anxiety and depression. Allowing students to get the sleep they need can reduce stress levels and support their emotional well-being. This simple change could lead to fewer instances of absenteeism and disciplinary issues, creating a more positive and productive school environment. I understand that adjusting school start times may pose logistical challenges, but the benefits far outweigh the costs. Adjusting our high school start times is a powerful and evidence-based step we can take to improve educational outcomes and well-being of our district students, and hopefully we would get more funding that way. Please consider this change seriously. Please prioritize the health, safety, and academic success of our students. And thank you for your time and consideration.
We do have a question. Ms. Marati?
Thank you, Ms. Gunderson. I appreciated the sources of information that you provided. In order to advocate for this to be brought to an agenda in the future, could you send me your testimony as it's written so that we can get that conversation started?
Yeah, I also have like links to the research I can send.
Great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Gunderson, I'm sorry, you have another question. Mr. Burgess?
Yeah, and sorry if I missed this. I understand that the study is suggesting that later start times are advantageous to our students. Does it suggest a particular time, or do you have a suggestion for how much later we should start for high school?
Well, I just go by what the American Academy of Pediatrics suggests, and they said no earlier than 8:30.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Christine St. Pierre.
Hello, Christine St. Pierre, ST period space, Pierre. I live off Chena Hot Springs Road. I have 2 children in the school district, and I myself am a proud former student of our public school system, as well as a UAF alumni. I'm proud of the excellent schools that our little town in the north has, and I'm proud of the community that has supported and grown our schools and produced so many excellent citizens. I'm also the child of a retired teacher and have seen firsthand how much work and dedication it takes to teach classrooms of children, all of them unique, facing their own gifts and challenges. Teachers have a special role in our community, and they should be listened to and supported by our administrators, elected officials, and citizens. I'm aware that this is a trying time for our schools and for the school board. For the entirety of my 8-year-old son's life, our town has been bled of funding for our schools to the tune of at least $55 million. Can you imagine elected officials, congressmen, and the governor that are elected by and represent our town's well-being voting to rob us of $55 million of economic development? I know that you on the board can imagine this because this is the nightmare scenario that our town is currently facing. The painful cuts that I saw the school board agonize over last winter and the painful cuts that will be necessary this year will no doubt harm our community. However, I'm impressed by and admire the professionalism, the careful consideration, and the weighing of all options that the board has engaged in. I'm impressed by the principals and school staff that have continued to bring their best to their students every day, working long hours to try to give every student the education they deserve and to try to keep anyone from slipping through the cracks. This school board has held up the mission to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment. I support the addition of a representative from the Fairbanks Native Association that was decided on earlier this year, and I hope that this will lead to a greater understanding of the needs and contributions of an important part of our community. My kids are Cuban American, and I also support the recognition on the schedule today of Hispanic Heritage Month. I hope that our community realizes that the elected officials on the school board are doing this work because they care about the well-being of our community and its children. It's difficult work that takes many hours of their time that takes them away from their children and loved ones. The work they do is selfless. They deserve to be treated with respect. Hateful discourse and vitriol will not increase the well-being of our students. It will not improve the education of our students. It will only serve to divide our community. Thank you so much to all of the teachers, staff, administrators, and to the school board for the hard work that you do every day for our community, for your volunteerism, and for your care for all of us.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Tamara Cruz Rosales.
Hello, Tamara Cruz Rosales, Cruz, K-R-U-S-E, Rosales, R-O-S-E-L-I-U-S, Fairbanks. I don't want to take up too much of anyone's time today because that's what I've come to speak about, your time. Since we are winding down on some of your service on the board, I want to offer you all a big thank you for the time that you have given and continue to give our schools, our family, and our community. I know I speak for many besides myself. I counted the meetings you had in just 1 month, February of this year, and I counted 15 meetings in 28 days, plus a legislative fly-in some of you participated in to advocate for funds for our schools and our students. It's an incredible amount of work you all put in, and I'm really not sure the general public is aware of this, and hence this testimony. Because lately I've been considering the nature of public service, and I'd like to contrast every single person on this board's dedication with vitriol I've seen online and heard myself in testimony. I am concerned by the language I hear from some of members of our community and our assembly. While there is always room and even growth that can come from political and strategic discourse in the consideration of alternate priorities and choices for our community, there is no room for the hate and bitterness that this board has had to see and hear recently. And I want to call out those that can't or won't see the harm that they do to the generous fabric of our community by spreading lies, misinformation, and comments meant solely to foment hate and ill will, and ask that all of us in the community use our energy in positive collaboration, work together on the very real issues we face, like our deficit. And I want to thank each of you for the incredible amount of collaborative, unseen work that you do, for the kindness and consideration and empathy that you show all, and above all else, for staying above ugly words and actions that attempt to divide us farther, and for maintaining your focus on positive outcomes for our children. And I thank you all for your service.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, and I believe this is online, we have Libby Burgess.
I'm not seeing this person online.
If Miss Burgess comes back, let me know and we can put her back in the queue. Next, we have Miss Cynthia Wozniak.
Hi, wasn't expecting so soon. Okay, so first of all, I appreciate you all too. And I also want to make clear that I don't come against any people group. They're all precious in God's sight, and I love them all, and so does He. So I'm not here to bash anybody anytime I ever come up here. So I come before you today with truth to share over facts. Our Father in heaven's truth, you know, God Almighty, maker of heaven and earth and all that is in them. So I asked Father, He is all in all over all. Whether you believe it or not, all will see and know this soon. So I asked Father God what He thinks and has to say about all this: sex, porn, LGBT, gay, lesbian, queer lifestyles and agendas, being encouraged and pushed, role modeled in some cases by educators, videos, books, posters, etc. throughout the schools, public libraries, in the kids' paths. And what He impressed upon my heart and spirit is Matthew 19:14. Jesus said, "Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to them." I ask you this: are you directing the children to go to God? Or are you directing, leading, encouraging, modeling, and telling them to be a queer, or be LGBTQ, or have sex, do foreplay? Are you hindering them? Questions to ponder and ask yourselves. Especially being responsible with the job arena you are in, the influence and role model you have and right to these children. Proverbs 22:6, train up a child in the way he should go. In the way of God, this passage means righteousness and holiness, and when he is old and will not depart from it. Again, are you training and modeling this, the way God says they should go? Another question to ponder and ask yourself. At the last board, So at the last board meeting, I felt led to bless you all on the board and all other educators and staff, etc., who are listening and are a ginormous part of responsibility for these innocent children God has put in your path 5 days a week, many hours a day. I pray He will remove any and all deception blinders off your eyes and heart and reveal His love and His heart to each one of you, to guide and teach these children and His wisdom and guidance. In Jesus' name I pray. And Matthew 18:6-7, if anyone causes one of these little ones to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to stumble. Such things must come, but woe to the person or persons through whom they come.
I'm
He
sorry,
says
that
this,
is time.
I'll finish. He says this is his take on all this. I would encourage all to take heed his ways.
I'm
and
sorry,
what
that's
he
time.
says.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Francis Wozniak.
Francis Wozniak, Wozniak in Fairbanks. I'm here to address the topic of the gay foreplay videos being introduced and mandated into the schools. In my opinion, it is a debauchery. I mean, you're mandating that innocent children have to watch and be taught how to seduce their same gender to go along, and I believe that you're flirting with contributing to the delinquency of minors, teaching some kids to be predators over other children. You're also skirting on the outskirts of child pornography if you're putting out videos of kids making out. What's it going to lead into next? I think that you need to reevaluate your positions on presenting such material into the schools, and you're all responsible that if you, by these actions, could lead some predominant kid, you don't know who it is, that he may prey on somebody else along and through there, then you are contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and you better search your own souls. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Patrice Lee, and I believe she is also online.
I don't see her signed up under her name online.
Okay. Next, we have Patricia Silva.
Oh, the chair doesn't go up. Hi, I'm Patricia Silva, SILVA. First and foremost, I want to say that the problem does not lie among our gendered children. They are all precious, each one of us, each person in this room. The problem lies within the system, within the policies. To whom much is given, much is required. And you have been given lots of authority and responsibility with our children. Fritz just, tagged a bunch of information that you need to really think clearly before you start or continue to input and impact our children in a most satanic way. Our problem also, we need to put the flag up, put the American flag back up in the rooms. We need to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I believe that starts with the principals. All those people who walked out, I can't even believe they walked out of a school board meeting. But nevertheless, they should have been here to hear the concerns because they are leading our children and instructed by you. So I want to just say this. Our babies are important. And you have babies. Some of you have babies, grandchildren. It's important that we stand strong to help encourage them, not enable them with this satanic agenda that appears to be filtering through our schools. Some of you don't even know it's happening, or else you're just approving it knowing that it's happening. I don't know. But our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins and our trespasses as we forgive those who sin and trespass, especially against our children. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from Satan and all that he would input through people who have power to overcome our children and our families. You go ahead and smile, Miss Aaron. It's not funny. It's not funny at all. You're probably part of the problem. So I'm just saying, Father God, bless each one of these people, that they know your name, that they know who you are, and that your will be done in each one of our lives. I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
There is a question if you would like to take it. I would be honored. Ms. Marati?
Ms. Silva, since you called me out, I just wanted to ask first, thank you for calling me out. I'm actually a person of faith, and I appreciate hearing verses of faith. I'm wondering if you are familiar with the book of Romans 12:18.
Yes, would you like to recite it for everyone?
Do you know it?
I'm not here to entertain you.
It is, if it is possible, as far as it depends on you, live at peace with everyone. I hope you think about that today.
Honey, I do live at peace with everyone, and I will tell you this. There's no lover of people more than me. I mean, you all know, if you haven't been watching the news, that I am unfortunately across the globe with some very important issues. And I want to applaud you for considering these beautiful people, lesbian, gay, transgender. We all are important. We all have something very important to give. We should all be treated well. But there are boundaries. There's boundaries for the teachers. There's boundaries for the board. There's boundaries for me.
You
and
wouldn't
each
mind
one of us.
wrapping it up. You've answered her question.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Kelly Nash. I'm not seeing anyone come forward, so Ms. Kelly Nash. I'm sorry, it needs to be the person signed up. Next, we have Ms. Rita Trometer.
Rita Trometer, Trometter. I'm from North Pole. And I see the collection of school board members has not changed in the past few months. We continue to have persons sitting on the board that really are not capable of doing the job or willing to represent the school district in a positive outlook. Now, as of the last week, we have a member appearing on social media as posing to be for Chippendale's possession. And the district wonders why our school is losing students every year. Parents don't want their students to be exposed to what members are exposing in public on social media and on their networks, or possibly exposing in the schools, in the school settings. We don't need this type of person to be elected member on the public school system. Our school system needs to move in one positive step in a good constructive direction by Bobby Burgess stepping down, resign from the school board. He does need to step down. He's a poor representation of the school board member. Hope Mr. Burgess makes the best decision for our district by stepping down and resigning this evening. Just keep in mind, once it's on social media, it might be taken down from the post, but it still is found, and it is still there, as you can see. I received this well after it was removed. Totally unacceptable for our school district to allow this. We have went through before when President Harding was very, very out of context, and she still got to keep her position. It needs to stop. Each and every one of you are on the board as elected officials, and you guys don't take it seriously. You really don't. But yet, it's our tax dollars that you guys are pissing away.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Miss Denise Templeton. Go ahead, Miss Templeton.
Hi, my name is Denise Templeton. It's Templeton, and I'm from North Pole. And I just want to say real quick, I too don't have a problem with gay or queer people or anything like that. I love everybody, but this is an issue about our children, my children and your children. I like to teach mine, you like to teach yours. Okay, when I searched, this is about the issue of the gay porn. When I searched for the information in the news article for the curriculum that is being proposed as a class that is required to graduate from North Star Borough District, the AI on my computer picked up and it said, "I am sorry, but I can't assist you with that." It would not pull up the article. And that's the first time that's ever happened to me. Okay, first, buried on the school site is the health curriculum. It starts with philosophy and mission statement that has a point. It has several points, but one stuck out to me. It says, to support health and well-being of self and others, for the students will be confident in their ability to, and the thing that stuck out was access valid and reliable sources. One of those sources is a site is called iwannaknow.org. I noticed that the site has a sign up that asks for age consent. Will the school circumvent the age requirement for the site in place of the parent? On the website, you only let us see some of what is being offered, just a glimpse. The district should bring out the rest of the content first, not after the approval. That is like, we will find out what is in the bill after we pass it, right? Second, the district, via this content, is working with a group called Future of Sex Education, or FOSSE, I guess that's how you say it, which works with a host of ideologically driven nonprofits to advance a national dialogue about the future of sex education and to promote the institutionalization of quality sex education in public schools. Which nonprofits is it, and why? Upon further investigation, we find that FOSSE and iwannaknow.org actually means that they have explicit, graphic, pro-abortion, and even kinky items, none of which I associate with any children. I decided to look up who funds FOSSE. Just some of the names were Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Council on Foreign Relations, which is associated with the World Economic Forum, and the Aspen Foundation, amongst others. Why would these, nonprofits have anything to do with our children in our schools? iwannaknow.org, oh, too bad.
Thank you for your
come back
testimony.
later.
Next, we have signed up Dennis Gardella.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Gardella. I live in Fairbanks. My last name is spelled Gardella. As a longtime resident of this community and a taxpayer, I would like to state a problem and give my summary of the facts. Of the roughly 127,000 school-age students in Alaska, 27,000 are in homeschool. And that number is growing. In fact, it's the fastest growing schooling option in the country. That doesn't include charter schools and private schools. Public school attendance is declining and their revenues decreasing. This does not, well, I already said that. Public schools are closing, yet there is greater pressure on taxpayers to give more money. When one looks at the NAEP website, also known as the nation's report card, you can see a detailed breakdown of the nation's educational progress state by state. 4th grade, 8th grade, and 12th grade, reading, writing, and math. Alaska has been below the national average, which itself is not very good, for at least 3 years now in all disciplines. The details are extensive if you care to look at the website. Meanwhile, our school district's 5-year strategic plan majors on, for the most part, social and emotional learning, concentrating on how students feel rather than what they know. It comes to my attention now that a new health curriculum adopted by the school district promotes gay sex, complete with videos showing impressionable minds all the details on how to do it. For the 3rd year now, this board is considering a resolution approving LGBTQ influences and whatever else may spring from that. Is it any wonder that families are pulling kids from public schools and homeschooling their children? The sacrifice and time and alteration of lifestyle must be worth it to them. What about families who pay to enroll their kids in private school? The expense is great and they pay taxes. It must be worth it to them. If anyone is creating division here, it's the school district. Sensible, moral families are fed up with public school indoctrination while being called things like hateful and intolerant. Hardworking families are paying a lot and getting nothing in return. Is it unreasonable to expect a return on the investment of our tax dollars?
Thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
Next, we have Marilyn Bach, it's written a little, Buchanan, sorry.
Okay, Marilyn Buchanan, Buchanan. The proposed required health curriculum introduces our youth to sex and the various ways for our teens to have in what the school board views as safe and enjoyable sex. I have a suggestion. Find a curriculum that tells the students the truth about sex before marriage. Tell them the United States has the highest rate of sexual diseases among all industrialized nations. Tell them sex outside of marriage often leads to blisters or warts in private places. Tell them precancerous conditions are a reality to sex outside of marriage. Meaningless, regrettable sex can bring darkness and depression. Any of the above can throw the life's plans of these kids off track. Intimate behavior floods your brain with oxytocin. This hormone causes a person to overlook a partner's faults and to take risks. Alcohol makes someone look hot that is not. A hookup usually leads to regret. A younger cervix is more vulnerable to infection. A guy or a girl may not know he or she has HPV or herpes. Having more than 5 oral sex partners has been associated with throat cancer. Even with condoms, anal intercourse places youth at increased risks of infection with HIV and other STDs. Last, I would like to say that it is possible to encourage our girls and guys to wait until marriage. I am 77 and have been married 52 years. I have 19 grandchildren. In my day, the schools did not tell us how to have sex in various ways. That would have been unthinkable. And the results are good. 3 of my closest friends from 8th grade, none of us are divorced. We haven't had sexual diseases. And we didn't have the subject of sex talked about and taught at every turn. Avoid health curriculums that break down natural inhibitions and imply that it's fine and normal to engage in sex outside the boundaries of marriage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Oh, wait, we do have a question. Ms. Maple?
Your testimony just struck me as a little different from some of the other things I'd heard, and I wanted to ask if you're aware, it seems as though you are, that we haven't passed any curriculum. They are in the...
I'm aware of that, thank you.
Thank you.
This is just to give you something to think about.
I appreciate it.
Arm, how much longer do we have? 20 minutes? Okay. Next, we have Kevin O'Connor.
Hey, good day. My name is Kevin O'Connor, and the last name is spelled Oconnor. And I'm not very knowledgeable, as a lot of these people are, that are almost directly behind my right shoulder, but man, I sure totally agree with them. I love them all. A little bit about myself. I did 4 years in the U.S. Air Force. I came here to Fairbanks with me and my wife in '96 and retired in 2014. We got a son and daughter here and a grandson that's 12. And fortunately, after hearing some of the stuff that's being promoted now by the school board, I'm really glad I haven't looked into it because it really sounds sickening to me. I've heard stuff about love and about hate. I've walked with the Lord since I was 9 years old. I have a PDF of my life that's filled with miracles and supernatural that would blow anybody's brain away. But, you know, God, I want to say one thing. If I have to say one thing, it's this. God is not only a God of love, he's a God of hate. And if he didn't hate sin so much, I really don't believe he could have watched his son go through what he did go through on that cross for everybody that breathes a breath of life. I really don't believe he could. You have to hate sin to that degree for him to do what he did. And I am in total agreement with that. And so God is a balanced God. He's not only God of love, he's a God of hate. And I truly hate a lot of the things that have been mentioned here below. And I noticed that you guys called them first before the others. And it just goes to show that this whole nation is pretty sick, really. And I really hope and pray that things get turned around. But I really don't care. I'm at the age now where I'm looking forward to going home. And I don't have to deal with this trash anymore. So my name's Kevin O'Connor. I've served in the military. I've served with the FAA here and retired here. And we have a child here, stepchild, or a grandson, excuse me. And I really appreciate you guys. What I do appreciate from you all right now is the opportunity to give the public their feelings. My feelings are with almost all these behind my right shoulder. And all I got to say is God bless each and every one of them for taking a stand and also having more knowledge than I do. I don't have much knowledge, so that's me. If anyone has any questions, I'm here. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony.
You bet.
Next, we have Gail McBride.
Name is Gail McBride, McBride. I live in Fairbanks. John Dewey, who is called the father of public education, and his ideas of education as social engineering are at full throttle. I continue to be deeply concerned for the well-being and safety of our children. The article in the Alaska Watchman about the latest proposed additions to the health sex class has startled many. I emailed it to all of you so that you would know what I'm addressing. This is a quote from that article. In the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, the Fairbanks School District is planning to roll out a new compulsory high school curriculum that includes materials such as graphic, Planned Parenthood produced videos depicting various LGBTQ actors making out, undressing, and preparing for various forms of gay and heterosex. The recommended videos intended for students produced by Planned Parenthood in this curriculum are, frankly, unbelievable. Even to those of us hardened by what is considered health and education, shame on all involved. I dare you to play them on a screen here. These videos need to be available to the community to view right away so that they can make their input before the board votes. Maybe contact parents with this and other contact. Ask them what they think. I am told parents are not aware of any of these materials. There's already much in the health class that does not represent Fairbanksans' values, but frankly, this is going way too far. This is proselytizing. This new material includes the damaging, unscientific gender ideology. The health and safety of our children is at risk with these teachings. The district is participating in what is called the school to surgery pipeline. I too hope that those who hear about these issues will seek out the truth of them. Truth can be determined by evidence, not lack of emotion, as was expressed at the last meeting in an attempt to discredit the experts I quoted here. True enough, words like experimental surgery on children, school to surgery pipeline, and gay foreplay videos elicit strong emotions, as they should, but do not render the information untrue.
Ms. Burnett.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. I'm just curious, did you click through the curriculum or did you just get the information from the article?
I went through, of course, I didn't have time to read all, 90-something pages of how it is written. But yes, and one of the, I don't have time. There's a lot of things that I could bring up, but all through it, I saw gender ideology issues coming up. And that's a huge, huge issue.
So if you click through it, then you're aware that those videos are not in our curriculum.
The videos?
Correct.
Well, yes, the website is there. Yes, in fact, I clicked on it from the website, and it takes you to the website with those videos. I can show it to you if you'd like. Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Sally Duncan.
My name is Sally Duncan. Last name spelled D-U-N-C-A-N. I live in Pleasant Valley. Thank you for including the public testimony this evening. My testimony tonight is regarding the new high school required course as written about in the Watchman article of 28 August 2024, depicting videos obtained from Planned Parenthood showing various LGBTQ actors making out, undressing, and preparing for various forms of gay and heterosexual activity. I am appalled at this possible approval by this board. The students in our borough deserve the best. not the most addictive available. Yes, addictive. These are pornographic videos, whether you want to admit that or not. Porn is the most addictive psychological dopamine level increasing activity there is for any human being, let alone a child. Because of the internet and the allowed consumption thereof, the average child is exposed to porn by age 12. It literally rewires the brain to need the level of dopamine in the brain and create cravings, hence addiction. According to Claire Morrell, who is a senior policy analyst at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, the prefrontal cortex is that part of your brain which is responsible for self-control, impulse control, and emotional regulation. The child's brain does not fully develop until approximately 25 years of age. But the younger the child, the more addictive this can be. The younger the child, the more these dopamine hits will prevent the normal development of their brain. By showing the videos you have chosen for our currently high school students, you are promoting the underdevelopment of our children's brains. Do not do this to our children. Do not harm them. You are responsible for protecting them from this horror. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. John Ewig.
Good evening. My name is John Ewig. Last name is E-W-I-G. It's been quite an exciting night for me. I haven't been to one of these for a while that's this exciting. I was discussing the Fairbanks North Star Borough school system and the actions by the school board with my neighbor when he asked me a profound question. And this kind of hit me. He said, "Why do they hate the children so much?" And I thought, what's he talking about? Why do they hate the children so much? I thought this was a little extreme, but on reflection, he may have actually hit on a logical explanation for our district and for your actions. If you hated students, what would it look like? Well, number one, you'd probably would ensure that they can't read. Check out the statistics. You'd probably keep them deficient in math or any academic subjects. We know where that's at today. You'd probably erase all patriotism if you could, probably filling the time with programs emphasizing discrimination of one sort or another. You'd probably try to pollute any moral values that the student might have by pushing a perverted sex education curriculum. And you might want to make them a little dysfunctional by celebrating a mentally ill view of gender identification, as if it has some validity. And probably number 6, you'd purposely discriminate against children of faith in order to root out any vestiges of morality. This is how a hater would operate to ensure that our students are academically deficient and morally bankrupt. Congratulations, the factory is working at peak efficiency. If any of you find yourselves complicit in such actions, seek counseling. Our children deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ryan Puricker.
Hi, my name is Ryan Puricker, P-U-R-U-C-K-E-R, and I live in Fairbanks. There's one thing I wanted to touch on as far as what we're talking about today. A woman spoke on this earlier about that Future of Sex Ed website. So I took a look at that draft of this education curriculum. And on page 7, the standards, it has that FOSC 2020. So I went to the FOSC website. And you scroll down, and there's a part about comprehensive sexuality education, and there's a link to learn more. So you can click that link. It takes you to another page that has some interesting information. I can only speak to what I've seen or read about, and I haven't seen any videos, but I just can talk about what I read in this website. And what I read, it said, this was from the website. It says, young children, as young as preschool, are quite capable of understanding and discussing issues related to gender diversity, including gender expectations, gender nonconformity, and gender-based oppression. Let's all be honest. Do you think anyone in preschool has any comprehension of any of that? No. I think if we're being honest, we know little Johnny who's 5, little Susie who's 7 has no idea what's going on with that. Okay? There's a lot of other stuff in there about recognition of gender equity and social justice. Oh, great. Yeah, we're going to have more social justice in school. That's great. Okay. So you can't read, but you can do social justice. So let's get one thing clear here. I want to tell you that this is called queering the classroom. Now you can go Google queering the classroom, and there's people who will explain to you what that is. They get you to talk about all the gender stuff, and then eventually get you to go to out-of-school clubs where they teach you that you're not a boy or a girl, or you're a they or you're them. And if you're walking around and you're saying, I'm a they, you're in a cult. And these people are in education doing queer pedagogy and practicing queer theory on your kids. And they know if they get your kids young enough and they're impressionable enough, you just suck you in and trauma bond with them. And then tell them, hey, I'm the trusted adult. And, we're going to keep this between us. And your parents don't need to know. And when you say, hey, don't give my kid a special pronoun, we're going to call them bigots and tell them that you hate gay people. But as Aaron Marody is quoted in the Newsminer saying, LGBTQ has nothing to do with being gay. It's about respect. It's about respecting the queer cult who does not believe in a gender binary and whose goal is to deconstruct the gender binary. Hannah Ayers, a sociology professor at the University of Warwick, says queer theory is to be disruptive and deconstruct norm.
I'm sorry, that is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Lily Meisel.
You said my name right. No one ever does, so thank you. Wow. So I'm here because my name is Lily Meisel, M-I-S-E-L, and I'm from Fairbanks. And actually, I came up through the school district as well. So my family's been in Fairbanks for a very long time. And with the start of the school year, I just wanted to come by tonight and to thank all of you for the work and service that you do on behalf of students and their families. My daughter graduated from West Valley in 2024, and we've talked about how she felt well prepared for college. Her teachers throughout her 12 years at Fairbanks schools, with teachers like Ms. Hardy, Mr. Sassman, and Ms. Heimer, were very impactful to her. Her success has been built on the quality of our schools and teachers, which I know is the work that all of you continue to do, and I again thank you. I also thank all of the work of the teachers and the staff that they do every day that are a part of what makes Fairbanks a great place to raise kids. And I know I lived outside for a while and came back because I knew that Fairbanks had a really good education system and what I had received, and I feel like I've still seen that in the education that my kids have gotten here. That being said, I know this will be another difficult year because of low funding. And I want you to know that I will advocate as much as I can to my legislators and to encourage others to voice their support of funding of the school district. Public education is the basis of our democracy, and an educated population is very important for the growth of our state and for a very positive future for our citizens. The work that the school board and that our district staff does impacts that growth. And I want to thank you again for your work and what you're doing on behalf of Fairbanks students and families. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. After this testimony, we'll have reached our 1 hour time limit, so this will be our last one. Christopher,
Patrice Lee's online.
all right, we will go back up now that we have somebody who was earlier in the agenda, if Ms. Lee would still like to speak.
Yes, I would. Thank you very much for the opportunity to do so. I want to start by thanking you for the time that you put in. And as a 25-year teacher, I know that things are often quite challenging. It is an enigma to me that people do not understand what their rights are and have always been to be able to review curriculum, to come into the classroom, to talk about and see what's going on. It's very, very disheartening to me, sad to me that there's divisiveness, that there has to be some group of people or some conspiracy against the students, and other people need to put someone else down to raise themselves up. It's not how it used to be. There's always been challenges, but we worked together as a community. We did not attack each other. We did not denigrate each other. We felt like floating the boat raised everybody. So with that, I want to move on and say some things that have been on my mind regarding the school district. As money gets tighter, and we have avoided success so far, not raising PTR too much, there is a square footage of space that needs to be allotted. And the classrooms in our school district range from 750 square feet to 1,200 square feet. So with that in mind, that doesn't include closets, cubbies, counters, sometimes a bathroom, the teacher's area, AV equipment. So there's often less than that amount of space. So please think about how many sort of rats in a cage you want to place for reasons of illness and wellness and all the things that require space. And the more people you put in a room, the more challenging everything becomes. And I know you know that, but I think I've asked around, and a lot of places don't know how big their classrooms are. I called facilities today and they said range from 750 to 1,200 square feet. Prisoners are required to have more square feet than perhaps some of our students have, as we increase to near 26 to 30 students per classroom in some instances. And the last thing I'd like to talk about today is bringing back music. I know you can't do that right now, but music is the universal language. Music raises all scores in all areas. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I'm here to say that I will help in any way I can. And having been the director of the Fairbanks Youth Orchestras for 12 years and an advocate for music in our schools, that I am dedicated to help raise more money for the school district and to bring back music starting at least in the 4th grade. So just as a goal to keep in mind. So again, thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes our public comments for this evening. Next on the agenda is our Borough Assembly report. Assembly Member Liz Reeves Ramos, Borough Assembly Member, will provide the Assembly report.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here. I was going to be on Zoom, and then I remembered that Mr. Doran sat with us until 1 a.m. at our last regular meeting, and I decided that I too should come and be in person. So, let's see. I want to go over 2 different things that we've already passed as an assembly that I think are important, and then there's one thing coming up. Ordinance number 2024-23, which affects you guys on when you're the school board representative. We removed the time limit for city and school board representatives. And then the second one that we did was resolution number 2024-28, which is our the resolution identifying our legislative priorities. And in that, we asked that the state of Alaska should fully fund education to the basic need. So that's at this point in the legislative priorities. This is my first year, so I'm not sure exactly how the process goes until session, but for now we've adopted this resolution, and that's in there. And then coming up on Thursday this week is our work session, so there'll be the Finance Committee meeting, and so next week at the regular Assembly meeting, we will be voting and debating on ordinance number 2024-20-1F, which is an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 budget by appropriating $2 million from the general fund balance to the capital projects fund for the North Pole High School boiler replacement project. So we will be getting a report from the administration on that this work session, and then next week we will be voting on that. And I think that that's all that we've done that you guys would be interested in.
Mr. Doran?
Just a question on the legislative priorities. Did I catch that the Assembly right now is looking at the 680 figure to increase the BSA?
Let me pull it up. I'm sorry, I don't. It's been a lot of long nights, so I don't remember.
So
I think that, no, it supports a permanent increase to the BSA consistent with the recommendation of the Alaska Association of School Boards to include inflation.
Great, thank you, because that's significantly more the ASB one. So thank you.
Yeah.
And I have one follow-up one, not to put you on the spot, but I assume some people might not know the terminology. Can you explain what to the basic need means? I'm sorry. You can also pass, and that's okay.
I'm not the expert on the basic need in this room.
Don't worry about it. It's okay.
I think you guys are a little bit more than me.
Yes, very valid, and I can bring it up in my president's report that's coming out soon, so don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions, and thank you for joining us in person. The next item on our agenda is advisory members, reports, and comments. We're gonna start with Colonel Cole. Anything?
Yeah, just one simple thing. Wanted to extend my sincere thanks to Principal Heather Johnson from Tanana Middle School for hosting a valuable listening session with Senator Kawasaki and Representative Stat last Wednesday evening to discuss safety concerns for parents of both Tanana Middle and Ladd Elementary schools. It was a very insightful session, providing an important opportunity to hear firsthand the concerns that our parents have regarding safety during pickup and drop-off times. You know, large military connected student populations at both those locations, and a parent for a kid. You know, it was a good session to listen to the community, to hear, you know, try and get an idea what the problems are, and come up with some potential solutions for the community to make it safer for our kids at those two schools. So thank you, Heather Johnson.
Thank you, Colonel Cole. And next, Mr. Shannon.
Yeah, so not too much going on right now. We just had our first regional student council meeting last week. And yeah, so we just elected student representatives to each of the board committees, and we organized a time for trash cleanup. I'll get back to you on the time for that. I kind of forgot, but I think that's all we got going on right now. I'll keep you guys updated.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Next, we have board committee reports. Are there any board members who have a report to share from their committee? They haven't really started meeting yet. I think we've had one. With that, we will move on to the president's report. Pull that up. The strategic planning process has continued. Last week, Ed Elements led 2 in-person sessions, one with the steering team and the other with the facilities team. Both teams will continue to work online and in person in the coming months. The team from Ed Elements will be presenting an update to the board and the community at the board's next regular meeting on September 17th. The members of the school board will be attending ASB's, some members, not everyone, Fall Boardmanship Academy here in Fairbanks on September 14th and 15th. This is an opportunity for board members to learn from ASB staff and other presenters, as well as talk to and work with other school board members from around the state so that we can learn from each other. And then next, I had somebody call me this week and say that, well, the board doesn't have an opportunity to address public comment, that since my president's report falls right here, that I could address some of it at the top of the meeting so people aren't having to stay all the way down till the end of the meeting in order to do that. So I will endeavor to try just to provide accurate information on a few things. I will start out with that we are a public school district, and as such, the families we serve are as diverse as the community that we live in. Every type of family and student has a place and belongs in our schools. Every identity is valid, and as a school board, we serve everyone. So in our public comments, in our curriculum, it's important to see yourself reflected in the community and as a teacher in what you learn in your classroom. To our Borough Assembly report, the basic need is a number that is determined by the state as far as coming out of the foundation formula. And when you fund the basic need, what they're saying is instead of funding requiring a required local contribution, the state should fund the entirety of that amount that they have decided instead of having a required local contribution come from our local municipality. This is important. We might have remembered us talking about it during the budgeting, in that because we are an organized borough, we have a required local contribution, while other communities that are REAs, like Delta, do not have a required local contribution, and the state funds that all the way to the basic need. There is a lot of contention. Mayor Ward is actually who I would say is the expert on what the basic need means, as well as the required local contribution and all the different ways that that works. I am also very supportive of funding the basic need, and it was part of this board and the Assembly's joint resolution last year to ask for that. And then I know Dr. Meinert is going to touch on the curriculum process in his, so I'll just keep it really brief and say that we are at the beginning of this process. The board has not even started, neither has our committee. The board curriculum committee will hear the first draft and all of that information this week on Thursday. So it's a long process. It's part of a 6-year review, and it's not approving new textbooks. Those were approved, I believe, in 2022, but so this is just aligning our curriculum with our textbooks, and there will be ample opportunity for our community to engage with the process, and we welcome people to come here as well as filling out the forms that Teaching and Learning will provide. This is just part of how we address curriculum so that everyone has a chance to say their piece. And with that, we will go to the superintendent's report with Dr. Meinert.
All right, thank you, President Hardy. I'd like to start with talking about an award that the district won. The Military Child Education Coalition awarded the Fairbanks School District with a Pete Taylor Partnership Award for its outstanding program or project, which provides Fairbanks students with internship opportunities on Eielson Air Force Base. And so they were awarded this past week with the Alaska Defense Forum. And just proud of the work that our Eielson and North Pole staff do to support internships out at Eielson Air Force Base, and thank Eielson Air Force Base for those invaluable opportunities for our students. Tonight in testimony, there was testimony stating that the district was extinguishing patriotism in our children, and I just want to say that that couldn't be further from the truth. We do have American flags in our classrooms and in our schools. We say the Pledge of Allegiance every morning as our students enter our schools. We support our students through civics education, and we're proud to support the missions of Fort Wainwright and Eielson and have the privilege to serve our military-connected youth. And so just wanted to state that clearly, that we are supporting patriotism in our school. Strategic planning. Last week, we launched our in-person strategic planning sessions for the year. The steering team's initial focus was reviewing data from last spring's survey and focus team interviews, and they started to discuss some potential main pillars for our strategic plan, as well as some values that our district holds dear to ourselves. The facilities team also reviewed responses to the survey and interviews and worked on developing a framework for facilities consolidation conversations. I'd like to thank the members of both teams who participated in those sessions. I know it's hard to step away from your work. Your work doesn't go away. You're just adding to it. And so thank you for giving up your invaluable time to work on our strategic planning process. This is the first of many sessions that will come. And we'll certainly have more community input sessions as we get further down the line with our strategic planning efforts and start to hone in on pillars and different facets of the strategic plan. I'd like to thank Ms. Eisman for her great overview of our curriculum process at the testimony table this evening, as she covered much of what I'm about to cover, but it doesn't hurt to repeat what was covered. The district is in the process of rewriting our art, health, music, PE, and world language curriculums, and the Fairbanks curriculum process is outlined in AR 9120 Appendix 9120 Appendix A. The process follows at least a 6-year review cycle and includes the following stages: research, review, and materials, describe and define, implement, measure, refine, and revise. And I want to talk a little bit about each of those before talking about the health curriculum. The research, review, and the material stage begins with community input, and then a research group meets to complete an in-depth study of the current curriculum to determine its effectiveness and research current trends in curriculum content and pedagogy. During the describe and define stage, curriculum writers review this work and start draft 1. Each curriculum draft goes out for public comment, and the writers review and consider all comments and suggestions. And that's where we're at in the process with the health curriculum right now. We collected feedback. Draft 1 went out for a comment period. We did hear from the community that some community members felt like they didn't have an opportunity to provide comment on draft 1. So we'll reopen draft 1 for community comment next week for another week to ensure that we have community engagement on that. After there's general consensus on the curriculum proposal, a final draft, after there's general consensus on the curriculum proposal, a final draft is submitted to the school board curriculum committee for recommendation to the school board for adoption. Once the curriculum is adopted, it is implemented in the schools, and usually the next year, professional development is provided as needed. Through years 4 through 6 or 4 through 8, that curriculum can be reviewed and tweaked during those years as needed, and it would need to come back to the board for adoption. I want to be really clear that none of the curriculum or curricula that we're currently writing have been adopted by the board. As President Hardy stated, we're in the very early stages of this. The board has not had conversations over the health curriculum or other curriculums that we're writing, nor has the curriculum committee. We have received feedback on our health curriculum, which hasn't been updated since 2016. In the first draft, there's actually very few major changes from the current curriculum. If you go out to our website, it is easily searchable to get to our curriculum page. And there's a cover letter that tells you exactly what has changed from our current curriculum to the proposed draft 1 curriculum, and you can go out and see that very transparently. As I stated, the district will open up another review phase of draft 1 for the community to provide feedback next week. Additionally, once the curriculum is adopted, And currently in our health classes as it stands today, if parents object to having their students participate in certain units, including sex ed, they can opt their students out per our parental rights policy, policy 126. I would like to thank our teachers and the teaching and learning staff who are willing to dedicate their time on this curriculum revision process. We knew opening health curriculum would provide engagement from the community, and we're happy for that. We want people to be engaged in not only the health curriculum writing process, but all of our writing processes. And so just thank the teachers and the teaching and learning staff for working on that for us. I'd like to talk a little bit about the spring 2024 Alaska Star results. They have been published. A letter will go out to families this week, letting them know where they can find their individual student scores from the spring 2024 spring STAR assessments. Dr. Ott will provide an assessment overview report later this evening, but I wanted to provide some high-level context before he got into his report. So the Alaska STAR assessment gives districts a baseline to evaluate student performance and growth in Alaska, and it's important to note that Alaska standards are set very high for achievement compared to other national assessments. And so it's often said that the Alaska Star is ranked in the top third of all standards nationally, which means that it is a very difficult assessment for our students. Because of this very high standards, it's extremely important for the public to understand that approaching proficient doesn't mean students are failing. It shows that they're making progress towards the high standards set by the state, and that many of those students go on to achieve great things after graduation. As with previous assessments, we see a high participation rate with our neighborhood schools in the district. Over 94% of our students participated in the English and math assessments, and over 89% of our students in the science assessment. Unfortunately, for our correspondence students, this is typical for students statewide, that our correspondence students don't test at as high of rate as our brick and mortar students, but I am happy to say that BEST students test on average higher than many of the correspondence programs in the state, and we're continually encouraging parents to participate in the Alaska Star assessment. I do two things of note that go along with our Growth for All goal. Alaska Native and American Indian students had higher percentage increases in English language arts, lower decreases in math, and higher decreases in science than the district-wide average. So already a good start for our Alaska Native students in improving their performance. And special education students also had higher increases in ELA, math, and science than district-wide averages. So for some of those subpopulations that we're focusing on this year in our Growth for All goal, they made some great growth last year. I wanted to echo the thoughts on Tanana School and having an opportunity for a listening session there. Thank you to Fairbanks City Mayor Peruz and the Fairbanks Police Department for your willingness to patrol Trainer Gate. We've had several accidents on Trainer Gate in past years due to speeding or reckless driving, and so it's great to see FPD out there and helping ensure our students get to Tanana safely. As a district, we don't have a lot, or I shouldn't say we don't have a lot, we have no control over installing new lights or different traffic patterns. We have engaged with DOT in the past, and we're hopeful that in the future that there might be other options to ensure that students get to school safely. Different crosswalks or lighting opportunities might be a great addition to Trainer Gate. But wanted to recognize Mayor Peruz and the Fairbanks Police Department for helping us out with getting our students to school safely. With the passing of HB 148 in last year's legislature, the graduates of 2024 have more options for eligibility for the Alaska Performance Scholarship. We're just getting our arms around this, but over 50% 50% of our students now qualify for APS due to the changes in HB 148. So we're incredibly excited about that. The district will send out information to recently graduated students and families to ensure that they're on the lookout for possible APS eligibility. Students can use that for both college and career advancement in the future. So I think that's a great step forward for the state, and we're really hopeful for our interior students that qualify to take advantage of that money that they might be eligible for. And lastly, I'd like to thank all of our employees. As I reflected over the Labor Day weekend, I'm just so thankful for the employees that choose to call the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District home. We have amazing employees that show up and do amazing work with our students each and every day, and just want to thank them for their hard work.
We do have some questions. Mr. Doran.
Just a quick one on the curriculum process and drafts. And we referenced a lot of draft one, but part of the process is there may be multiple drafts dependent upon what updates or changes might be applicable.
That's correct. There's oftentimes 2 drafts, if not more. So there'll certainly be, I think, multiple drafts when it comes to the health curriculum and as we go through that revision process. So yeah, thanks for pointing that out.
Not seeing any other questions. At this time, we will take a 5-minute recess. Good evening. We are back from our recess. The time is now 8:01. We are now on information and reports, and the first item is Durham Transportation Report. The administration and Igor Avantio, Regional Manager for Durham Transportation, will provide a current bus report.
Good evening. My name is Igor Avanto, and I am the new regional manager for the Northwest for Durham School Services. I was asked, as you just stated, to provide a brief transportation statement. Currently, we started the 24-25 year. We are at 87 routes and planning to increase that route as our drivers are being hired, put through training, and being put on the road. We currently have 76 full-time drivers, 13 part-time drivers, and 5 drivers from out of town. At present, many of our part-time drivers are working full-time to cover the routes as trainees are processed through the late start and the late starts that are coming back in the next few weeks. We currently have 33 full-time monitors, and we are increasing that number as well. Over the summer, we attended or sponsored 11 recruiting events. Some of them were at the CSC, our customer service center, on Saturdays from 10 to 3. Some were at the military hiring events in May and June. We had a booth at the Tanana Fair. We've hosted Facebook events, Indeed events. We set up a bus and a booth at the racetrack recently, and one at the movie theater. We currently have a full-time regional recruiting specialist helping us in processing applicants through the system. We continue to use web tactics, which, as being new to Durham, I had to be explained to me what that was, and it's and if you don't know, it is a service that helps bring together from different recruiting venues online to us. So it helps us consolidate all these candidates online. We are continuing to hold bi-monthly hiring events, both at our location and wherever we're able to find them. We are currently parking out a bus at Pioneer Park with a table. Currently, our driver pipeline, there are 9 trainees behind the wheel training, 5 classroom training, 10 in the background check process, and 1 currently in the application status. It slowed down once school started. We focused our energies on getting the routes going and getting everybody, so that kind of dropped off. So that's a total of 25 drivers in the pipeline. We anticipate at least 60% passing. It's just a normal statistic that I've seen here at Durham. Our monitors, we have 2 monitors in the pipeline. 1 is in background check and 1 is in application status. With respect to our maintenance, the maintenance department has delivered an outstanding performance with a state inspection score of 97% and an internal preventive maintenance score of 100%. This level of achievement demonstrates the high standards of operational excellence and commitment to safety and efficiency. Well done to the maintenance team for their exceptional work and ensuring compliance and our equipment reliability. In conclusion, our priorities will be to provide safe and reliable service to the children of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District and continue to recruit throughout the year and to improve our reliability to you. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, sorry, I was waiting for board members to raise hands. We're going to go with Ms. Maple, then Mr. Doran, then Ms. Burnett.
Is it permissible for it to be a comment in response to? Is that? I just, today my pre-K students started pre-K, like all of the pre-K kids did. And I just wanted to compliment the service that we've received with him riding the bus. I got calls from the attendant on his midday bus and afternoon bus. I was fully prepared. The times were spot on for pickup and drop off. And he got off the bus today overjoyed to be back on the bus with last year he had the same people all the time, and so he knew them, and this was, of course, 2 new people, and he was thrilled. But I was really impressed to just at how well it all was organized ahead of time. And it was similar last year, but this year was even smoother. I'm watching in my hometown where the school bus situation is my entire internet related to home of kids not getting home till 10 p.m. So when my son got off at 3:52 p.m. as predicted, I was super impressed. So thank you to all of the work that goes into that. It is really appreciated.
I will pass that on to the team.
Mr. Doran.
I'll preface my questions also with an appreciation for what the drivers and the monitors do. As a former principal working on a daily basis with them and riding the buses and seeing them in operation now, really appreciate. They are indeed educators within our system. But I do have some questions. First area is around staffing. And I'm thinking we're approaching the halfway point on this contract. And I'm concerned that we still are far from being where we need for our kids and routes. I'm pleased to hear the report in terms of those who are in training and maybe in the pipeline, and a reality check on passing rate. But I'm not seeing that we're looking at increases. Could you give us where are we headed? Are we going to be just short on what we want for our kids and what we've contracted for? Give me a read on that.
Our goal is to be fully staffed to run all the routes. Unfortunately, there is, and something I'm learning about the competition in Alaska for drivers. There's a lot of money outside of the school district that is pulling drivers away. And it's something that is very difficult to compete with, but we're striving, and we are using our resources and our community there and building the relationships within the community to get people to come and to work for Durham to transport the kids. And one of the biggest points since I've gotten come on board is it is a job, but it's what Meredith just said about they're educators. They're part of the children's education. And that has to be conveyed to the drivers, to the monitors, to the dispatchers, to the maintenance, and built up and shown, because it's more than just a job. We're working with the future. We're taking the future to and from school. So I completely understand your concern with the staffing, because it is a concern to us. It is a priority, and we continue to push our local team to drive more folks and get more involved in the community through outreach to get to know and to come to work for Durham.
Follow up. Okay. Thank you for that, and I appreciate the goal. My concern is that for multiple years now, with the goal, with the plan, it has not happened, and I'm particularly concerned. Again, this year, last year, we started out about the same spot. We had out-of-town drivers. Really appreciate their coming up, and I understanding they need to go back to their regular jobs and their home communities. But very concerned that what happened last year is we weren't able to fill the positions, or Durham was not able to fill the positions, and we had to cut routes and then rebuild again. Is that the expectation? Or what
Absolutely.
level of possibility is that over the next few weeks?
Over the next few weeks, I can't say that we're going to get everybody through over the next few weeks. It takes time to train the drivers and to get them through. We're not going to get, to full. My goal is to be there by October with by mid-October to be fully staffed. But time will tell, because there is attrition. We do have our, what they're called, I think, shoulder work drivers, and they're coming back. So we have several of those folks coming back. I have 11 people on shoulder work right now, and 5 drivers, who are on either a medical or FMLA. And they're anticipated to be back sometime in October, depending if their doctors clear them. Some of them are due to physicals. Their DOT put them off, and they have to do a 30-day CPAP test. They have to work on their blood sugar. These are things that disqualify drivers, and so we don't put them in the count of drivers, because that wouldn't be correct to tell you we have a driver who truly cannot drive. So there are 16 people on the sidelines right now that I'm hoping to get back to work, and it's not a rehiring process. It's some of them coming back to work and others getting through their medicals.
Let's follow up with that. You say your target is by October to have those shoulder work people back. My concern more immediately right now is we experienced a dip in September, and we had to cut routes before we could come back and look at increases. Are you looking at a transition period in September where we may have to cut routes?
Of last year.
Well, I'm thinking now, last year we did. This year I'm looking for, are we looking at a transition period over this month before these drivers come back?
And I apologize, I did not know about a dip in September last year, so I need to look into that.
Okay, so going forward this year, and then I'll want to pass the mic, for this next month before October, are we expecting a shortage as the out-of-towns go back to their home and before the shoulder work drivers come back? We're going to be looking at...
At this point, no.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Burnett, and then it will be Ms. Maradi.
Thank you, President Hardy, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Avanto, for being with us tonight. I know that we have a lot of challenges out there and a lot of issues and whatnot affecting drivers and routes and, whatever it may be. But I really wanted to come on here and just thank you guys for trying and for continuously putting efforts in. I happen to be the president of the racetrack where we had you guys this summer, and LaShawn Willis there at Durham and April Zook have been absolutely amazing, and their efforts have gone far and wide in trying to hire and get drivers on board all summer long. And I just really wanted to make sure that you knew how good of a job they're doing over there. And, I don't honestly think there's a single industry right now that's not affected in some way, shape, or form by staffing issues. And so I'm very hopeful that we can staff our routes and that we will get more drivers, but just thank you for your continued efforts.
Thank you.
Ms. Maradi.
Yeah, I want to echo that and thank you, Mr. Avanto, and welcome to the team. Your report was surprisingly detailed, and it made me realize what we've been missing from our reports from Durham. What I heard is that we have 76 routes right now. No, 87 routes right now.
87 routes, yes.
Yep, good, thank you. And 25 folks in the driver pipeline, and 60% of them pass, and then we have some hanging out in the that may come back. How many routes are we contracted for?
95.
95. So we just need to get to 95, and we'd have full service back in our busing.
Correct.
Okay, great. That by the numbers that you've given us and the percentage of passes and then those coming back, I appreciate and agree with your confidence that we'll be back to full routes soon. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Mr. Doran.
clarification, and then I have a question about safety. Um, Is 95 routes what we consider full service? Isn't that a reduction of what our target is?
I believe our target's 115.
Target's 115.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. And Mr. Avanto, again, thank you for being here. I know it's relatively new, and we have different Durham representatives who've come to this, but question that has come up fair bit within our community, increased heavy industrial truck traffic on the highways going through our district and other districts, but impacting potentially our bus stops along that route. And the last Durham report last spring, it was indicated that a app or some system was being put in place, was being piloted, and would be in place for this year to have communication between the, in some way between the truck drivers and the location of the buses for appropriate stoppage, et cetera, or slowing down. Could you explain where we are right now in detail?
I could not. I was not aware of a conversation regarding this back in the spring. I do know that the conversation as far as whether the heavy trucks are impacting the school stops in any way, shape, or form, directly asked. I asked my location there. I asked LaShawn and her team that question specifically, and the answer was unequivocally no. That at present, for the start of the school year, there is no interruption, no disruption from the heavy trucks. As far as the app goes, once again, I'm going to have to go back and talk to Mr. Zimmerman, my now supervisor, about that, since he was probably the one that gave the report.
Follow up on that.
Okay. Absolutely.
You're talking about no disruption. I'm talking about communication. What's the actual communication that's there so that, yes, we have not had any incidents, but the concern from the community is, and especially for some of the bus stops, there's difficulty with line of sight, trucks coming up quickly on the bus stops, what that potential would be. So it's the communication and preventive steps that are actually in place to address the safety of our students.
I will have to get back to you on that, Mr. Dorn.
Okay, I'll appreciate that, and just through the chair, ask that we really do get a report. That was suggested to us last spring, and we never got a follow-up backup. So I appreciate your going after it and bring it back to us.
You got it. No problem, sir.
Is that the end of your questions, Mr. Rowe? I think that covers everyone's questions. I would like to echo other board members in welcoming you to the Durham team and to our board, and thank you for the thoroughness of your report. It's very appreciated. I did have one question more to the administration. In the target of 115 routes, does that include any service to our schools of choice like Hutch or FE?
I'll defer that to you, Mr. Hinton, if that would provide service to our schools of choice with 115 routes.
Yes, that would include, it would look a lot more like the routes did pre-pandemic, but in a two-tiered system and not in a three-tiered system, but kind of the same footprint and the same coverage, but at 115 routes. But on kind of a side note, we have included the shuttles back to Hutch again this year from the Lathrop and West Valley attendance areas. So as we're able to add more routes, we are adding that service back in as we have the capacity to do so.
Thank you so much. And I know a lot of parents are very appreciative of those shuttle buses coming back. I guess my one last question for Durham would be you outlined a really robust process, quite impressive, that you've done to recruit within our community. Is Durham exploring any avenues and incentives or ways to make taking a job driving our school buses more enticing? I know from other bus drivers that I've known throughout my years that split schedule can be a difference, and so that might deter them. Is there any work there to find new ways?
There is currently an incentive program, and my goodness, I cannot remember exactly what it is, but there is a referral and there is a driver incentive. There's an incentive if you are already certified. There is incentives there, and we will continue those. And I apologize, I did not have that off the top of my head.
It's totally okay. For your first report, you knocked it out of the park, and we really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
The next item on our agenda is our Achievement Assessments Report. Senior Research Analyst Dr. Ellis Ott will make the first of a series of presentations on what measures we can use to define achievement. The first presentation will focus on achievement as measured through assessments in our district.
Thank you, President Hardy. So yes, I'm Ellis Ott. I am the Senior Research Analyst for the school district, and I am pulling up the report. And yeah, this is the first part one of a series on achievement, and this will focus on assessment in particular. So I appreciate the opportunity to present to the board on this, and we are going to focus on assessments for this particular report, and I'll get into that further. So I'm going to talk about a couple of assessments, provide some descriptions of each of them. The first one is the M class, and that's administered 3 times a year in grades kindergarten through 3rd, specifically in the subject of reading. And this is a required assessment per the Alaska Reads Act. Our state decided on this assessment to meet the needs of that act. And when students have lower scores on that assessment, there's a requirement to write a reading achievement plan by reading teachers to help support those students in improving their reading performance. The second assessment is the measures of academic progress. We've been administering that since 2017, and that's also administered 3 times a year in grades 3 through 9 in the subjects of reading and math. And both of these assessments provide us an opportunity to assess students nationally. So there's national percentile results to tell families and students how their student is doing in relation to other students across the nation. The third assessment is the Alaska System of Academic Readiness, also known as Alaska STAR. That is our statewide assessment. That is required by a federal education law, the Every Student Succeeds Act. That's administered once a year at the end of the year in the spring. That's also in grades 3 through 9. And the vendor that's doing both those assessments, the measures of academic progress and Alaska STAR, they're doing both of them. And in the spring, when a student takes the AK STAR, it's actually also providing results for the MAP, and that limits the number of assessments students take per year. The AK STAR is in English language arts and math. Also, this assessment was per the Every Student Succeeds Act. Each state was required to write standards for their assessment, and these standards have a requirement that students will eventually leave high school ready for college and careers, and that those standards need to be written in that fashion. And when that happened, that changed standards across the entire nation, and the standards went up across everywhere, essentially. And so we need to keep in mind that these are high standards in that assessment. And I personally would believe that there's a more emphasis on the college component of the college and career readiness. The last assessment is the National Assessment of Educational Progress. That one's administered every other year, so every 2 years, and in grades 4 and 8. So this is it's a little more limited. It's less frequent. It's in less grade levels in reading and math, and it's also
it's also sampled. So it's very expensive. It's very time consuming to test every single student across the nation. So what happens is there's a sample of students, and we have the National Center of Educational Statistics that figures out how are we going to sample students in every state to have representation of every state and provide results for every state. Now, because of that, there's a limitation, and that limitation is you're not going to have results for individual students. You're not going to have results for individual teachers. Specifically in Alaska, we don't have any results for a single school or a single school district. There are some exceptions to this, and that's why I mentioned very large school districts. Los Angeles Unified School District, they have results for the NAEP, but they also have 500,000 students or more than that. And so that's why they're able to provide those results. So keep that in mind that the National Assessment for Educational Progress, they only have results at the state level, and we don't have them for Fairbanks. Okay, so as I was mentioning, this is a multi-part series because of the fact that achievement, when it comes to achievement, assessment performance is just one example of it. A couple of examples of achievement include the grades that students get in their courses. Do they get a high school diploma, college degrees or certification? Do they do military service? Employment and careers, right? Those are other kinds of achievement that students can have. But for this report, we're going to focus on assessment performance. Specifically, I'm going to talk about some certain measures. So I want to kind of cover what I'm talking about when we state those. So the first one is proficiency, and that's specific to the Alaska STAR. And as I mentioned before, per the Every Student Succeeds Act, that federal law, our state was required to write academic standards in every grade level and subject of English, language arts, and math. And specifically, it had to ensure that students would leave high school, college, and career ready. Okay, and so that ends up being those standards being quite high, and proficiency is therefore defined as whether or not the students meet those standards. Okay, benchmark is another term I'll be using, and that's specific to M-class. What that's really doing is it's looking at, is the student highly likely to be at grade level or succeed in the assessment in third grade. That's how they did their study, and that's what they're talking about when they say benchmark. I also connected it with the measures of academic progress, where when we refer to benchmark, we're talking about did the student reach the 40th percentile or higher? And when I say percentile, I mean versus other students across the nation, are they same score or better than 40% of students across the nation? Okay, and also providing growth measures. And these growth measures are specific to each and every individual student. And we're looking at particularly growth within the year. Typically, I try to focus on between the fall and the spring, the beginning and the end of the year. There are some data dashboards that have been updated with last year's assessment results on M-class, measures of academic progress, and Alaska STAR. And so this report's going to be a general overview, but anyone wants to look in details, those dashboards are publicly available. You can review schools that I don't talk about, grade levels that I haven't covered extensively, and lots of other filtering possibilities there. Those are available on the school district website. And I also linked the direct link here. Okay, so let's summarize the M-class in reading kindergarten through third grade. So I was talking about benchmark. So the percent of students that were at or above benchmark increased between the fall and the spring last school year, quite a bit, by about 23 percentage points. And I'm providing a measure of growth here. And what we're doing is we're looking at, you take a group of students and you look at that set of students that had the exact same score in the fall, and you take that group and you see how they did in the spring. And you're assessing how much do the students grow. And so that if you look at an individual student and how did they do with that same group of peers with the same result, are they in the middle? Are they high? Are they low? And that's a measure of growth. And what I'm providing here is it at the 40th percentile for growth or higher? And so that measure should be expected to be around 60% if we're at national average for growth specifically, meaning a change in performance between fall and spring. And it's at 69.4%, so that's actually above the national average. So both of these are saying the same thing, essentially, that we had some great improvement here last school year in kindergarten through third grade in reading. Okay, the second assessment is measures of academic progress in reading in grades 3 through 9. At or above benchmark between 2017 and 2024, we saw a decrease where we had slightly above average. Remember, the national average is around 60%, to a below average in 2024, whereas we had very, very close to national average growth last school year at 59.7%. Okay. So that was map reading. For math, in grades 3 through 9. I'm showing a pattern here because we have lots of time to review over here, where we had a little bit below national average in 2017, and it dipped around 45% in 2021 during the pandemic. And then after the pandemic, we have had an increase between the pandemic and post around 52%, but still we're not to where we were pre-pandemic for math. Whereas our latest growth shows some promising results here at 62.9% of students are at or above average growth, which again is above that 60% mark. Okay, that's for the map. So this is the third one. This is the Alaska STAR. This is the state assessment when we're looking at proficiency. And I'm focusing on between 2023 and 2024. We saw an increase of 0.8 percentage points for English language arts. And in particular, we saw our highest increase in grade 3. It actually went up by 5.8 percentage points. And in my opinion, that might be related to the work of the Alaska Reads Act, the reading achievement plans, and working on literacy. We have specific goals with literacy in the district. As Dr. Miner had mentioned, Alaska American Indian students and students with disabilities actually had a higher increase than district-wide there in English language arts specifically. Whereas in math, we decreased by about 0.6 percentage points between 33.1 to 32.5 between those 2 years, where Alaska Native American Indian students had a lower decrease than that. It was like 0.1 percentage points. And students with disabilities actually went the other way. They actually increased performance between 23 and 24. And in science, we saw a small decrease, 0.2 percentage points district-wide, where Alaska Native American Indian students had a higher decrease than that, and while students with disabilities increased. So to summarize that, students with disabilities had increases across the board: English, language arts, math, and science. And Alaska Native American Indian students had a higher increase, a lower decrease, but a higher decrease in science. And as a reminder, the Alaska STAR, that proficiency, it's measuring whether or not students are meeting college and career readiness standards. Those are higher standards. Okay, so to summarize all that, district is pretty close to the national average for proficiency and benchmark averaging across, where we had some trends where we have common themes pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, where we have some performance losses that we want to recover from. And district is at or above national average for growth. We have very strong growth results, especially recently. And we have progress in the district goals of literacy and growth for all, where literacy, I've talked about reading specifically, and growth for all particularly is the Alaska Native American Indian students and students with disabilities. So questions and comments from the board?
Ms. Sanderson.
So for African American kids, is there showing any improvement? And that's the first question. Second question is, you heard the comments tonight. How do we break down or make a difference in communicating what our students are doing?
So there's a two-part question there. So the first part is African American students, and I haven't reviewed that overall, but the dashboard's available and I can do that quickly and send that to the board. The second part of that question is communication, and I've been talking with Dr. Meinert and speaking to the board that I have opinions of my own about thinking about what the assessments say and what they don't say. And for example, you know, when I was talking about proficiency, I think what'll happen is folks might get confused about, and it's spoken about in community, it's spoken by legislators from time to time about, you know, interpreting these percentages as measuring how many students are able to read, for example. That is not what it's measuring. For example, I'll give you a sense of this. If a student wasn't able to be able to read, they wouldn't be able to take the assessment. What it's really measuring is, are they meeting college and career readiness standards? Or it's a very high standards. And as Dr. Miner was mentioning, the group of students that get approaching proficient are actually quite close to success on that. And I've measured like, how are they doing on our grading? And I'll be getting into that in a later series. And I'll talk with Dr. Miner about what we'll cover with that. Because like for a data conference, I had a whole 1 hour thing that I talked about what is proficiency and how did it get created, because it really is dependent upon the Every Student Succeeds Act and how each state was required to do something in particular and their standards had to meet a certain thing. And so as far as communication is concerned, I'm open for ideas around that, and I certainly try to speak to it myself. And that's why I was trying to cover all these little details. What do we mean by proficiency? What do we mean by benchmark? What do we mean by growth? And to be clear, I don't know of any assessment that actually tells you whether or not you can read. Unless someone can tell me about it and say, this thing has been done and it tells you what percentage of people can read or can't. It doesn't actually do that. There's actually an assessment. They try to review literacy rates by country and nation, et cetera. But it really is just looking at literacy levels. It's like level 1, 2, 3, and 4, just like our assessments are doing. So, you know, we just need to know what we're actually measuring and having a sense of that anyway.
So could we possibly put disclaimers or a little abbreviated, this is what this test is actually scoring from our students? Maybe it's a time for a new podcast between you and our superintendent to explain these things to
I'll
the
leave that
general
up to him.
so that, you know, it starts to change the narrative just slightly, because most of it is if a certain someone or publication or, you know, person who looks at notoriety or whatever, if they have the bigger voice, they speak something that seems to be true, you know, despite our efforts and what our staff and students and our district is achieving. So it's just super frustrating. But thank you for your information.
This is an interesting that Dr. Meinert had mentioned to think about. So like someone might say, well, only a third or 35% of students are proficient, but I might say, well, over half of them are meeting the Alaska Performance Scholarship. So there's clearly a separation between those. When we are talking about, are our students college and career ready? And of course, the Alaska Performance Scholarship is essentially evaluating that. And we are saying there's a substantial difference in those. So I think that those are the kinds of things to call attention to. So if someone's saying, you know, a large portion of students aren't able to read, then you can say over half of our students are getting these scholarships and are succeeding and are having high rates of college graduation, which is, again, part of the series that I'll be talking with the board later. Anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Doran, and then Mr. Shannon. Oh, he's going to let you go first. Mr. Shannon, then Mr. Doran.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about why the AK STAR and those other assessments might not be as high as we might expect them to be. Honestly, from what I've experienced in high school, and I'm sure my sister back there can attest to it as well, most people don't take it seriously, I guess. From basically everybody I know, it has no impact on their grade. It doesn't, I guess, affect them in any way. I'm not sure how we can solve this problem. I just thought I might want to bring it to everybody's attention. It's just, yeah, I guess kids aren't taking it seriously, and that's why we're seeing, I guess, lower numbers than we might expect. So I want to put that out there.
Mr. Doran.
Okay, I've got several questions, so I'll do a few and then we can see if others. Really appreciate from the administration that this is a series. This is a major topic that we need to air and have an understanding of. And so that'll also keep my questions down at each time. So there's a benefit there. I am really appreciative of Mr. Shannon's comment in terms of not taking it seriously. And I think partly that is the age of the student, but also why. And as we look down the line is why. What do these results actually give us? So a couple of questions. On the assessments, the types of assessments, just for some clarity, and maybe make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. M-Class is a screener.
Yep.
MAP, the measures of academic progress, is predominantly a screener. It's not really a diagnostic, but it also adjusts a little bit where students are. Is that correct? And could you explain that a little bit?
Yes, so my apologies to try to shrink my presentation and didn't go into more detail, but yes, the M-Class is a screener. It's about 15 minutes long, give or take. Some folks could correct me on exactly how long it takes, but it's short. And the M-Class is a little bit longer. I can't remember the guess on how long it takes. And it is an online assessment, and it's computer adaptive. And what that means is that if a student takes an individual item and gets it right, it might give them a harder question next. And it, over time, every single time it estimates, it tries to figure out where the student is and tries to give them a question that's at their level to try and figure out how to, one, shorten the length of the test, and two, precisely figure out where that student's performance is at. And so, yes, it definitely adjusts. And so students with high performance will start getting harder and harder questions until it reaches a point where the assessment thinks it's reached where that student's performance is.
And so with the assessments, M-Class, MAP, Alaska STAR, we won't get into NAEP since we don't get any information for it that it really impacts our district.
If anyone wants to review NAEP assessment, just Google NAEP, Google National Center for Education Statistics. You can find dashboards pretty similar to mine to show state by state comparison, but you won't see results for our school district.
Right. So with the other three, could you just talk a little bit in terms of the information that gives us? It's not diagnostic, but we do have other measures to do a diagnostic look at what kids need and to plan for them. And I want to preface this with, in terms of administration, that if I'm getting into the weeds, then maybe it's a question that will come forward later. But just generally, we get the screen, we see how a student's doing, but then we go, and if there's need, we get into deeper. And I guess my question there is, especially for teachers and in the classroom level, the measures they're using to see how students are doing.
Right, there's, for the M-Class alone, there's multiple measures. I can't remember the names of all the different measures, but they're going to review students' performance in all those separate measures to try and evaluate how they're going to build the reading achievement plan and focus on particular areas for students. Yeah. So it's good for me to note for the public, when I was talking about M-Class results, I'm talking about the composite results, which is, taking the results on those, I think it's 5 components of reading for students in the M-Class. Yeah.
Okay. I probably have about a half dozen left. We'll see. So a question I had in terms of when we figure growth, and I know sometimes, let's say with the M-Class, with MAP would be the same. We look at from fall to spring. But we've also seen that a lot of time that a number of students will show great growth from from fall to winter, and maybe get a spring lapse. Have we looked at that, or is that something that might look at in terms of that growth pattern there?
I could probably look into it, look into fall to winter growth versus fall to spring growth, winter to spring, right? There's lots of combinations to look at. Yeah. I typically focus on fall to spring because it's from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, but yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the state definition of growth, when they measure that, and I'm not sure how they're actually going to play all of this out for rating schools, but that's from year to year and based on different tests, different level of expectation. Is that correct?
So I'll try not to get into the weeds too much on that one. Yeah, they'll probably be developing it soon because you have to have at least 2 years of assessment, and theirs is going to be across year, and they'll look at individual students, but they'll look at an achievement level, a performance level the student had in, let's say, year one, and the achievement level in performance level in year two. And then they have to come up with a measurement, a value for each of the shifts between different performance levels. And they actually split it up into 8 different ones instead of just 4, right? And then at one period of time, they created a panel, and the panel decided, okay, this is what the values are we want for certain movements between these performance levels between years to come up with this growth measure. So it's a little more complicated, and it's harder to describe the way that it's been done in the past for the state's assessment measure of growth that was used in accountability systems in the past, which we haven't had for a little while because we haven't had the assessments running, for multiple years to get to the point to measure growth again from year to year, like you're saying. Yeah.
Why don't you pause and see if I can, in the meantime, I'll combine my questions.
That would be great. Actually, first, I'm going to ask if I could have a motion to suspend the rules, as it's 8:48 right now, or 49, and we will auto adjourn at 9 otherwise.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Are there any objections? I have to make it. I'm going to. Seeing no objection, we will move, or we'll consider it pass. I think that's the way we say it, without objection. Working on the lingo. With that, if you don't mind, Mr. Doran, I just have 2 brief ones, and then you can maybe 2 more. So actually, I really appreciate that you came and gave us this report tonight. I walked out of my child's school today with a MAP assessment report, and I was able to read it, and I gave it to my husband, and he was like, "What in the world is this telling me?" And on one side, there's these color codes, and he didn't bother to read all the things, and one of them had our son all the way over to the left, and that happened to be a growth thing. And so he immediately assumed that our child could not read, or actually it was math, couldn't do math. And I was like, no, he didn't make any growth, and that's because he hasn't finished the test. So I think it might be helpful for the audience if maybe perhaps in one of the future ones we go over how to read some of those reports, or if we have some way to educate people who aren't in the minutia and seeing this every day. Here's how you read a growth report. He also didn't realize over on the graph that you could see the national average and see where your child was below or above the national average. So just kind of a basic, here's how to read those reports that are printed as the parent report. And then I just wanted to comment to Mr. Shannon's comment as far as getting children to see the importance of these tests. I will say with my own child, one has just started taking a test as a 3rd grader this year. The other one has been taking it for quite a few years now as a 6th grader, and he didn't see the point of it, despite his mom being a teacher. And so he'd get to a point where things were really boring, and he would just start pressing things to get it to stop asking him questions. And after some heartfelt conversations with his dad and I last year, when he took his reading test this year, it showed he had 92% growth from the end of last year to this one. He has not improved that much as a reader. He's a fairly fluent reader, but he did not improve 92% growth. What he did improve was he knew his mom was checking and that his mom was going to give him a hard time if he kept just pressing buttons to get through it. So there is a piece to be said about parents really getting involved in this. One of the best ways is, well, we might not grade a student. Our parents can say, hey, I'm going to check this report, and knowing where to find it within Power School and that kind of stuff might improve the ability to have some motivation other places so other students can receive a 92 percentile growth from the fall to the spring.
I do have something interesting to say. I am on the Alaska's Technical Advisory Committee as a school district representative, and sometimes we sit down and we have example reports pulled out, and there's experts in psychometrics, which is about studying testing, and both myself and another school district representative, when we were reading one example report a few years ago, we both said, you have too much in here that you're trying to keep your research buddies happy by putting a lot of very large language in there and difficult to read language. And really your audience is your parents, teachers, students, and they need to be able to comprehend these. And lo and behold, later, it didn't go so well for that report to say people can't read these. And so it's like a particular component of that meeting from time to time where we talk about reports. Like they need to be able to be comprehended. They need to be able to be understood. And that's part of the process is just, well, here's the score isn't good enough. You have to be able to talk about what it means. And that's what I'm saying is missing is what is proficient? What does that mean? Does it really mean, when you don't get proficient, does that really mean that a student has failed? And that's my concern, is that that's really not the case. And if I was advising a family, I'd say, you want to talk to your teacher, you want to assess grades that the students have, because those are critical pieces of information that you're getting from your teachers that are telling you how your students are performing for their efforts and in multiple subjects beyond what the limited subjects that we can look at with these assessments, as well as some students might have a challenge on a single day. We know that. Anyways. Thank you.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. My last.
Sorry, I missed Ms. Burnett. Do you mind? Go ahead, Ms. Burnett.
Thank you, President Hardy. Thank you, Mr. Ott. So I'm just curious. I know the NAEP is a statewide test. Are any of these other ones nationwide by any chance, a national test? That way, when like people are trying to say, we're not doing good nationally, we could point to this and be like, well, but we actually are.
That's essentially the point, that the measures of academic progress and M-CLASS both provide so like an individual family can see how their student does relative to the nation. And that's the data that I'm providing in the data dashboard that actually shows this is how we're doing relative to the nation. It's a little bit harder to talk about because I have to say, okay, we want to get 60% or higher on this measure. And if we get that, we're at national average or higher. So there's a challenge in communication with that for sure. But NAEP, we have no results for Fairbanks, but we do have it for the MAP and the M-CLASS, and both those dashboards are available. Yeah.
Mr. Doran?
Okay. First, is my understanding is all of these tests that we've referenced are computerized.
Yes.
And we have not taken studies on, researched how computer testing, what the impact of that is on student results. And I'm thinking particularly, you get graphics, you get more buttons, you get more things, distractibility for students, et cetera. And since 2014 or 2015 is when we went computerized, and we've seen different results than paper results before that. So that's why I'm asking the question.
So again, with the technical advisory committee, we even get into a little more details where we say, well, is there a difference between an iPad and a Chromebook and a this, and what about the browser you use and all those other things? And there's also the added piece where we call I think the term that they use is technology enhanced items where you interact with it differently that you cannot emulate in a paper pencil. So like you move a little icon around or something, or you move a measurement or things like that that you cannot do in paper pencil form. And so you're changing the form of the interaction between the student and the assessment. And I believe there's studies out there. I haven't looked into it, or I'm kind of not remembering exactly, but there's certainly differences, and you're definitely going to find differences for some students. And I would say families and teachers need to just be aware of that, that you might have a student that performs differently paper pencil versus online. And to simply be aware of it, because and that's why I'd say you turn to the grades again, because grades is, usually most of that work is going to be on paper pencil. Now, I could be wrong about that, but you want to have those multiple measures to try and kind of have a more comprehensive assessment of how the student is doing, or how family is doing, how a classroom is doing, how a school is doing, because of pitfalls like you're mentioning. That's going to be a pitfall when the student's not going to perform as well online than if you gave them paper pencil.
Thank you. And I'm going to combine this question.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Minor had wanted to interrupt.
I'm sorry, not necessarily to interrupt, but I did want to mention that MClass is not a computerized test. NWEA and AK STAR is, but the MClass is a literacy screener, and so just wanted to point that out for folks that are listening, that one isn't computerized, but definitely support looking into that from a statewide level in terms of the impact of computerized testing, especially on some of these summative assessments.
Clarification. Did you just said the state is? No, they have not.
But I would support that research being done for sure.
Okay, and I know that was a state goal back in 2015, and every time I've asked them, they have nothing in the plans.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And thanks for that clarification on MClass. I wasn't sure. So this question is, when we're talking about proficiency, I'm mindful that the Commissioner of Education last winter at the State Board of Education meeting indicated that only 29% of the students could score proficient or above under the previous cut scores. They made an adjustment on the cut scores. In conversation when she was here last spring, conversation to me, she had mentioned it would be more like 50 to 51% could be expected to score proficient. So with that information, and if you could talk for a moment about cut scores, and in a sense, as you were talking earlier, I was thinking we're talking about meeting the standards. We've recognized the standards are high. They're aspirational, and they're over a period of time, not the same spot for each student. But it's kind of meeting the cut scores. And could you talk about that and where you, I think the limbo is an example, is a dance with, if you make it very hard to get under the bar, you're going to have fewer who are going to be successful. And so could you talk that understanding of cut scores and the importance of having a reasonable level that students can pass?
So there's sort of like this nuanced level, and there's some experts in that where that's what all they work on is standards and coming up with the cut scores, like you're saying. They have this entire process where you have groups of teachers in a room, and they're looking at items as in little questions, and they're also given, here is the meaning of proficiency, and here's a phrase that we say that this is what they call an achievement level descriptor, but it's a phrase that says what this means. And they look at that and they read that and they say, okay, does this fit this item, this question or not? And they have to evaluate that over time and so there's this kind of language process, and education experts, which I would not be the expert, I'd want teachers thinking about that, reading that standard, reading the items, thinking about, okay, what does this mean? What does proficient mean in the context of this, to evaluate that. And it's not a simple process. So there can be this variability. There'd be differences between teachers' opinions on, well, I think this should be this cut score. Well, I think it should be lower. I think it'd be really hard to get agreement. And there's a whole process of that. And let's say you finish that, you could still have a separate process of kind of doing a policy review around cut scores, because cut scores might be completely variable from grade level to grade level. And the state has to think about those things and evaluate those, of how well do these cut scores match with these standards. And they might take a panel to review that more thoroughly, and a panel did do that, and that's why those cut scores changed. So it makes it harder to interpret, for sure. It's all just centered around the process of how difficult it is to, one, define a standard, and then two, how do you measure it? And then three, how do you try to connect the assessment to the standard? It's not 100% process. So you're getting into the weeds there about how it can absolutely be variable and difficult to do. Yeah.
Just a short follow-up.
Briefly.
Okay. So as we continue in this series, and I think this is an important discussion, because it becomes very discouraging for students if the predominance is you are not going to pass, you're not going to be proficient. And if the projection is correct that half our students throughout the state are not expected to reach proficiency, becomes very discouraging message to our students, parents, and schools. And do you have any indications, have you heard anything from, because you're talking about looking at the cut scores, their educators, their teachers, their community members, their adults, any indication of looking at it from the student perspective, how they read and interpret the questions? Have you heard anything that's on the horizon that the state, my knowledge is they have no plans to do that. Have you heard anything updated on that?
I have not.
I have not either.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you very much for bringing this to the fore, and really look forward to the series, because we will need to get into more of these details for the benefit of our students, I think.
Dr. Meinert.
Yeah, sorry, just one last statement, and I think that leads nicely into probably what Ellis's next report will be on, is grading. And Ellis has done a tremendous amount of research around grading, and the predictive value of student success is much more predictive on GPA and the grades that our teachers provide than some of these assessment results. And so really having those conversations with students that these assessments are only one piece of data, and that it doesn't define the success or not success that you're going to have in school. I think we saw that as we were having conversations last year around reading achievement plans, that M-class data and NWA data, these are just pieces or parts of the student's story, but that we factor in a lot of additional factors when making decisions about students and their success within our system. And so I want to thank Dr. Ott for his presentation tonight, and look forward to more reports for the board here in the future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ott. Always very informative. Next, we have Resolution 2025-03, honoring Hispanic Heritage Month. Resolution 2025-03 proclaims September 15th through October 15th, 2024 Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourages schools, staff, and students to honor the historic contributions of Hispanic Latinos through research, classroom lesson plans, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and cultural celebrations. Ms. Burnett, would you please read the resolution?
Absolutely. Thank you, President Hardy. Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education, Resolution 2025-03, honoring Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas the United States commemorates the heritage and culture of all Americans whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas beginning on September 15th, 2024, and ending October 15th, 2024, the United States celebrates National Hispanic Heritage Month as enacted in Public Law 100-402 on August 17, 1988. And whereas Hispanic Americans have contributed significantly to the economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development of the Fairbanks North Star Borough. And whereas Hispanic Americans value knowledge and learning. And whereas the diverse student body of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District includes Hispanic American students. And whereas Hispanic American exempt and classified staff support all students' learning. And whereas Hispanic American teachers distinguish themselves as educators in Fairbanks North Star Borough School District classrooms. And whereas Hispanic American building administrators lead their schools with vision. And whereas Hispanic Americans have served on the school board with distinction. And whereas all citizens will benefit from an accurate portrayal of Hispanic heritage and culture. And whereas research findings suggest that presenting Hispanic American culture, history, and perspective in the classroom promotes academic success for Hispanic American students. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education proclaims September 15, 2024 through October 15, 2024 Hispanic Heritage Month and encourages schools, staff, and students to honor the historic contribution of Hispanics, Latinos through research, classroom lesson plans, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and cultural celebrations.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. This is our first time doing a new protocol with our resolutions. So this resolution was passed in our consent agenda. Now is an opportunity if any board members would like to make a comment. I'm not seeing any. So we are so excited to have passed this and look forward to seeing our classrooms celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month coming up. Our next item on the agenda moves us to action items. Article 0, Philosophies, Goals, Objectives, and Comprehensive Plans. Article 0 is proposed to be revised and is before the board for the first reading by the administration. And we will give Ms. Dillard some time to come up.
Good evening.
That's a good point. May I have a motion?
Move to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to a second reading and vote of Article 0.
Second.
Pause 1 minute. Is there any public testimony on this item? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. Ms. Dillard.
Okay, thank you, President Hardy. Article 0 has been reviewed and edited in 2 work sessions over last school year, and then we've continued to work on it internally with administration and district staff to reconcile our current policies and administrative regulations that align with this article. This article does align with our Chapter 1, which is Foundations and Basic Commitments. The exception is a policy that we're going to see tonight. It's 0530, closure of schools, which actually will replace our 1370, which is called retirement of facilities. So that is a policy that is in Chapter 13. So with the adoption, and when we adopt this Article 0, possibly at the second reading, it will replace Chapter 1 policies. Chapter 1 policies will be archived with the adoption of the new policies. However, it's not perfect alignment, so I just want to highlight that there will be a few policies that will remain on Chapter 1 until we get through future articles. So policies 124 and 126, which are involved with parent-family involvement and decision-making in education, actually align with the different articles, so they'll remain under Chapter 1 until we get to that article, Article 6. And then 128 is on negotiations. That's going to come with personnel policy in Article 4. And then we have 3 policies that involve non-discrimination and or non-discrimination and harassment related, 130.1, 130.2, and 131, which will remain under Chapter 1 until they are replaced by personnel and student policies, Article 4 and 5. 162, which is lowering flag in commemoration, that's in Article 6. And then 170, which is tobacco and nicotine-free school district. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, but I can also provide that to you in writing if you want to be able to look at that after. In this article, brand new to our district is going to be 0500 review and evaluation. We don't have anything that aligns with that policy. And then 0510 school district report card, and 0520 school accountability, school improvement. So those are not policies that we have a match to. I would say that there aren't any major procedural changes to highlight as far as any of the policies that we'll be looking at here in Article 0.
Are there any board comments or questions on this item? Mr. Doran?
Okay. If we have suggestions, are we going to handle them as we have the last few times? We can make the suggestion and then see and then move later
Yes, you are welcome to do that. I will, just for general board knowledge, I know I submitted my edits and they've already been incorporated in this, which was a really small one. If we can get in the habit of trying, because we have so many articles to go through, sending some of those ahead of time so that they can be incorporated. And if there's differing ones, then we can go through during this, but trying to make this process go a little quicker. Mr. Doran.
Okay, well, I have no idea whether these have been added or not, since this carried from the last one and we didn't discuss these. So if they're in, then you'll be able to get me there quickly. I had a question on the 0000 concepts and roles. It's just a suggestion under grammar and smoothness. In the second line, Fairbanks North Star Borough School District is the name, and I'm suggesting we add under which the district conducts all of its business, etc. to the end. It's just adds a grammatical completion to that sentence. Under Article 0100, philosophy, then I guess this is just to make sure that we talked about college, career, and life ready.
That was one of my edits. It is already incorporated in the document.
Done. Okay. Great. My next one is in 0210. Number 2, I would suggest deleting mastery of the grade level expectations and which would mean that we would start a working knowledge. It's consistent with the others. My reason for the mastery is very different from working knowledge, and also GLEs is a jargonistic term that is variable and a reference that would, if it's eliminated here, it doesn't change. What we want for kids is to have that working knowledge, which is really the important piece. So I would suggest we delete that first phrase.
Question? Take out mastery of the grade level expectations, just take that whole piece out?
Yes, and the word and
then
so
and.
it would start, number 2 is a working knowledge, which is what we want. I mean, that's our main goal.
Okay.
As this is our first reading, if there are things that are grammatical in nature, if you could forward those to Ms. Dillard instead of putting them on the record right now, and just anything you think there might be a board objection or discussion. Not that that last one wasn't, but just so that we can make this process move.
Okay, so is that one that I mentioned?
That one seems like you were deleting a sentence, so that one was fine. I know the first one was more grammatical.
Right. Okay. All right. Then going to 0520. That's page 18, paragraph 2. I am suggesting that we delete the last 2 sentences in that paragraph, as they're basically redundant of previous commentary.
Clarify for people, you're proposing deleting starting at if a school must complete a school improvement plan, the plan will be submitted to the department. If the school has designated as a priority to focus priority or focus school, the plan will be prepared in consultation with the department and subject to departmental approval.
Correct. It's addressed in other areas. Okay. And then paragraph 3, same page. To delete that paragraph because it's rather specific, and I think it's already covered in state guidance. And if it needs to be addressed, leave it to the AR. But keep the policy a little bit more succinct. So that would be to delete that paragraph. The superintendent or designee shall develop and implement a school improvement plan when required due to a decline in the school's growth and proficiency, a decline in graduation rate, or insufficient participation in standards-based assessments. And again, it may not just be in a decline, it could be in other things, but that's again addressed other areas.
Not seeing any objection.
Okay, again, I'm going for succinctness, school interventions. First paragraph, I would suggest deleting everything after the first sentence. Again, much the same reasons. And it's pretty prescriptive in policy.
Is everyone able to follow under school interventions? Any objection? Deleting everything except the first sentence in that paragraph? I feel like board members are processing. Mr. Burgess.
Through the chair to the maker of the motion, or whatever.
Suggestion.
Suggestion. Could you just explain a little bit more why you think this is, I think you said, too much detail for policy or something along those lines?
Right. It's pretty prescriptive. And in policy, I don't think we should be prescriptive that way. And it could tie the hands of administration in how they would put together that improvement plan. And so that's my concern.
Right. So you're reading this as not necessarily suggestions, but specific ways in which this should be done.
Right, and there are guidelines for the state when they have to approve those plans, et cetera. So that's the better place for it than here.
Thank you for
Again,
that clarification.
succinctness.
Appreciate that.
Not seeing any objection.
Um, on page 2, I'm sorry, later on that same page, 18, under school interventions, the second paragraph, the very last word, it says decisions should be data driven. And I would ask that we change that to data informed. It's the more appropriate and current understanding of the use of data we want to inform. And if it's accurate data, that's great. That's informed. If it's inaccurate, if we're driven by it, it could be problematic for students. So it's current, more current practice in education is talked about data informed.
Not seeing any objections.
Okay. And the last one in this section, 530. I had a question in the second paragraph, and this is a question, it's not grammatical, but it's a question. It talks about compensatory services. In the middle of the paragraph, it says, additionally, the plan should contain a schedule for providing compensatory services that may be required under state and federal laws. And I don't really understand what the compensatory services covers.
I can talk about that since I don't see Ms. Hall. You are required under federal law, under IDEA, to provide compensatory services for students on IEPs if they are suspended or if they, not if they miss school of their own choice, but if they miss school for reasons outside of their control. And that is required by federal law.
Thank you, because I was thinking much broader than that. Would it be, I don't know, I guess if I didn't understand it in my years of that reference, that's my fault. But in terms of reading public, looking at this, if we perhaps should put, if it's IEP, SPED services, should be in parentheses or something. I don't, I'm not wedded to it, I'm just.
It does say
thanks for-
students with disabilities, but you could put identified, I don't know a way to make it clear that those are students who have an actual IEP. You would not qualify for compensatory services unless you had a documented disability in an IEP, and I don't believe 504 has compensatory services.
Thank you. And that would be directly under closures, related to closures. Okay, thank you. That's all I have on this section.
Would you like me to, so that language is exactly what it says in the admin code, state of Alaska admin code. Am I hearing that you want me to add IEP, or would you like us to just double check how we could clarify that and make sure that it's accurate?
I think it's fine. Usually, if you're in the realm of needing compensatory services, you kind of understand what that implies. It is federally mandated within federal code, mentions it as compensatory services. There's other ways you could be required to provide them too. I think that might be everything for Article 0, unless there are other board comments or questions. Seeing none. Oh, nope, Ms. Maple.
Will you remind me where we are in the process of figuring out whether or not we want to change parents, caregivers, just throughout the whole document? We've talked about it. I know we talked about it briefly in policy committee. I know we talked about it briefly in one of our larger sessions. Do you know where that stands?
I believe that we landed on wanting to keep it at parent/guardian, and that was a global change to make sure that anywhere it said parent, it also said parent/guardian, because there's a legal aspect to that too. There are some, there is family engagement language throughout ASB policy, but That's
forgot the
where I had
caregiver,
left
the
off with.
legal part of,
Yeah.
okay, thank you very much.
Seeing no further comment, Ms. Richardson, would you please call the vote? A yes vote will pass this on to second reading. A no vote will return it back for further revision.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
Sanderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy. I'm sorry, Miss Marati is what I meant to call. Excuse me, Miss
Yes.
Marati. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Hardy. Thank you,
Yes.
motion carried.
The next item on our agenda is Article 1, Community Relations, first reading. Article 1 is proposed to be revised before the board for its first reading by administration. May I have a motion?
Move to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to second reading and vote of Article 1.
Second.
And before we move on, is there any public testimony on this item? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. Ms. Dillard, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, President Hardy. Article 1 is community relations. Similar to the last article, it did go through 2 work sessions in the last school year, and then we continued to work on it internally with district administration and staff. It aligns with our Chapter 11 school community relations. The exceptions are 1114, which is district-sponsored social media, which will actually be replacing our Section 810. So that's going to come out of Chapter 810. And I highlight this just so that it's clear that, it's not always going to be this perfect alignment from one article to one chapter. Additionally, 1322, which is public performances by students, will replace our 1075 with the same title. So that's out of Chapter 10. All of Chapter 11 policies will be archived with the adoption of these new policies, with the exception of 1154, which is parent involvement. That's going to be in Article 6. And Section 1156, which addresses gifts and donations. So we'll still see Chapter 11 online to keep those 2 policies until they're replaced at a later date. Brand new to our district is a few policies. So 1311, participation in community life, just did not really align perfectly with any of our policies. And then there's a whole section on public complaints. And so it's 5 policies on complaints against schools, against school personnel, instructional materials, discrimination. We did choose to follow the AASB guidance by using this section to present all complaint policy statements in one place. The goal being to ensure that we're communicating legal requirements in regards to impartial processes and accessibility to the complaint process. But just to be clear, a lot of the actual procedures when it comes to the complaint process are going to live in different areas. They're going to live in personnel. They're going to live under students. For example, the complaints concerning instructional materials, that is a new policy that we're presenting tonight. However, the actual reconsideration process is under our policy 922 and 921.4, which will live in Article 6. And similarly, some of the discrimination complaints are more in chapters or in personnel and student policies. We also have 1313, willful disruption of school. That is a new policy we didn't have a match to. 1400, relations between other governmental agencies and the schools. 1410, interagency cooperation with students and staff. And then 1700, relations between private industry and schools. And we will see one procedural change with the adoption of policy 1321, which is solicitation of funds and materials. Our current practice is to require board approval for fundraising over $1,000. And that language actually lives in a few different administrative regulations, but not in policy currently, but that is a practice. So the policy is calling for that language to say that the superintendent would approve fundraising. That change would not negate any requirements to have donations over 10,000 go before the school board as presented in that donations policy, which was updated recently.
Looking for board comments or questions? Mr. Doran?
Okay, on page 5 of the packet there, it's continuation of BP 1112 media relations. Question to the administration under the employees paragraph on top of page 5. It talks about the employees must have prior approval from the superintendent. Could you explain that a little bit? And my question kind of comes from, in practice, sometimes a reporter stops by, whatever, and they're looking for a good story, we can do that. How prior approval, or what does that look like?
I think it's more of a process than anything else. We encourage media to reach out to our communications team prior to just dropping by a school. And so really it's encouraging principals to reinforce that process with media so that our communications team is involved. They're aware of the questions that they're asking and what kind of the angle of the story might be for the school. And so I think it is important that principals work with their assistant superintendents or the superintendent on media communications. I can't think of a time that we wouldn't provide the information for media outlets, but there are times where they might drop by a school or they might drop by our office and say, hey, we need this response within the next hour. Well, our principals are busy conducting their day job in our schools, and I'm busy conducting my day job. And so we might not be able to get back that information as readily as they want it within the hour, but we'll certainly get back to them within a time frame that works for us. So it is a process that we want to reinforce, that media go through our communications department so that they're aware and they can help guide that process.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. And between now and second reading, I'll be thinking about it. And I guess my only concern, I don't have a major concern there, as long as it doesn't become a stumbling block, that I think there needs to be a process. And I've appreciated that as a principal from central office and communication, and making sure the central office knew if something was getting reported and stuff. And so maybe that would be in the NAR that would help clarify that. My only concern is that it not be a stumbling block to good community communication.
Absolutely, and that's not our intent. We rely on the media to share our great stories happening in our schools, and we want that to continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then to 1312.1 on page 17. I suggest that we add this as public complaints concerning school personnel. And where the suggestion I'm going to say to add in there after the first paragraph is similar to what is included on BP 1312.3, complaints concerning discrimination. And so I would suggest that we add in after the first paragraph, the board acknowledges and respects employees' rights to privacy. Complaints shall be investigated in a manner that protects those rights. And it's consistent with what's on 1312.3 in protecting rights of students and employees.
Ms. Burnett?
I'm sorry, could you just read that again through the chair, Mr. Dorn?
Yeah, it would be The board acknowledges and respects employees' rights to privacy. Complaints shall be investigated in a manner that protects those rights. It's basically just
Included on page 19 under Board Policy 1312.3. He's just suggesting we also include it for complaints against personnel. Seeing no objection.
And then the other one I had was on 1313. Okay, willful disruption of the school. My suggestion is in terms of paragraph 1, and this is page 22, that we move the last sentence to the first, to be the first sentence, deleting the word also. So it would be, the paragraph would begin, the school board expects that parents, guardians, and other adults will conduct themselves in an appropriate manner in their efforts to pursue such matters, including those use of the district's complaint procedures. That's the one that is the general topic sentence of that paragraph.
Ms. Burnett.
Not trying to be a pain. I know we're trying to make this easy, but I don't understand why we would move that. It kind of flows the way it is, and it lays out that we recognize that misunderstandings and disagreements will happen, and then it goes into what we expect from staff and then what we expect from parents. I think it kind of is in order, in my opinion.
Do we have any other feelings? Mr. Doran?
My concern, particularly with the first sentence, is that it basically sets an expectation that those adults may misunderstand or disagree. So it kind of starts on a negative expectation. And so so that's why really the last sentence is a positive expectation and is the topic of what we expect. And then if something happens, this is how we do it.
So the proposal is it would now read, the school board expects that parents, guardians, and other adults will conduct themselves in an appropriate manner in their effort to pursue such matters, including use of the district's complaint procedures. The school board recognizes that parents, legal guardians, and other adults may misunderstand or disagree with the policies of the district or the actions of its employees. The school board expects that staff and administration to respond to such concerns in a polite and professional manner. Ms. Maple.
I think I actually agree with Miss Burnett. My intention is actually, I think, the same as yours, Mr. Doran. That I think, you're talking about assuming the positive first. I think putting that first actually assumes the opposite. That, like, it assumes that we would expect parents and guardians to not act in the appropriate manner. And that having it at the end almost gives it the benefit of gives those other parties the benefit of the doubt that we recognize there's going to be issues. We're assuming that they're going to be appropriate, and then we clarify, and the staff will be appropriate, and so will the parents and guardians. So same intention, but I think that the opposite order actually lends itself to that.
Are you okay with letting that lie, Mr. Doran?
I don't know how other board members feel.
We've heard from Ms. Burnett and Ms. Maple. I would say Mr. Burgess would like to weigh in.
Excuse me. I think I prefer it as is.
Are we comfortable to move on? Okay. I think you're still up, Mr. Doran.
That was the last one I had. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no further comments, are we ready for the vote? All right, Ms. Richardson, could you please call the vote? A yes vote will pass this on to second reading and final approval. A no vote will kick it back for further revision.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes.
Ms. Marati, Ms. Marati, Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Ms. Maple,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Sanderson,
Yes.
Ms. Marati. She's on but not answering.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Mrs. Hardy?
Yes.
Thank you, motion carried.
And that leads us to our, oh, sorry, Ms. Dillard. Thank you for your time and shepherding us through this process. I'm sorry. And now that leads us to board and superintendent comments. Starting down on the end, Ms. Sanderson?
Tonight was difficult listening to comments. You know, we really do our research. I'm glad that we are doing some highlighting on policies and our procedures. And, you know, I guess with the listening venues that we're going to partake in, that would help maybe the confusion that seems to be out there. I do appreciate the superintendent and President Hardy, you know, making clarifications in our processes and how we do things. And I'm thankful that, you know, we've cleaned up our web and things are accessible. People can find them. And there's always a phone number that they can call or reach out. So I appreciated Dr. Art's clarifying on testing numbers and what those things look like in regards to how our students are doing. So I wish everybody well. Our school year is well underway. And I dropped by Texas Brown this afternoon and visited Mrs. Bell's class, and it was fully packed, little bodies everywhere, but they were engaged and dropped off some goodies for her class to be able to use hopefully throughout the year. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Ms. Burnett?
Thank you, President Hardy. Got kind of a long one tonight, so I apologize, board. I have received many phone calls over the last couple weeks concerning the rise in breakfast and lunch prices here in the district. I know how hard hit families are right now, and that inflation is truly getting to us all. The district has not raised lunch prices in many years, and it came to a point where we had to do something to be able to keep providing for our students. With that being said, this is something that sits close to me as I know what it's like to struggle, and our families out there who are being hit hard right now, you are not alone. We are listening. We do hear you. I have reached out and started working with Morgan Julian and Les Nichols on how we can reach out to our business partners in our community to help bring some relief to our families and students. While we may not have a direct solution at the very moment, we are working on it and plan to hold a chamber meeting to discuss how we can better partner with our business community here in Fairbanks. This is also a reminder that it is important and it is time to apply for free and reduced meals here in the district. You can find the paperwork on Power School and at your home schools. Even if you don't think you'll qualify, apply. Concerning the health curriculum, I'd like to ask that the passion we felt online over the last few days and right here in this room tonight be used to engage in our schools at all times, not just when you think something may be wrong or you don't like something. Our committees are not just curriculum, go through several periods of comments and chances to engage. The conversations that have been happening are a great misrepresentation of the curriculum rewrite that is happening. The videos in the article, as I stated earlier, are not in our curriculum. Again, they're not there. Engagement with our entire district is important, and this is a leading example of why. As stated by Dr. Miner earlier, our schools absolutely do show patriotism. I had the pleasure of watching Randy Smith Middle School raise the flag last week early in the morning, and it was quite a beautiful time to roll up to the school. As Colonel Cole had stated earlier, I'd also like to thank Principal Johnson, the military, Representative Will Stapp, Senator Scott Kawasaki, Mayor David Pruz, and the City of Fairbanks for helping us find a solution to the crosswalk happening there at Tanana Middle School and Ladd Elementary. As far as I know, a crosswalk light and raised crosswalk will be placed there, and current patrols are in the area to keep our students safe. So big props to the City of Fairbanks for stepping in to help us in our time of need. I personally wanted to take a minute and address last week's work session where the board addressed a possible move of public testimony. Due to illness, I did not have many words, and so I wanted to take a minute and address the subject here tonight in my comments. One of our goals as part of our strategic plan here in this district is family and community engagement, ensuring that our students, staff, families, guardians, and community all have a chance to be informed, connected, and engaged within our district. Testimony is protected by our First Amendment rights in the United States Constitution. As elected officials, we promise to protect that Constitution, which means protecting public testimony. To move testimony to later in the agenda would be a disservice to our community, our families, our students, and our teachers. We are getting ready to dive into a process where multiple school closures are possible, among many other budget cuts. Are we really going to tell our families, community, and students that their testimony is something that they must wait to give us? We are getting ready to dive into another heavy negotiations process in about a year's time. Are we really going to tell our teachers, I'm sorry, we know you have to work tomorrow, but your testimony may not be until midnight? While the intention may not be to shut anyone out or silence anyone's voices, and I don't believe this board is doing that, moving testimony will do that. You will silence the community, you will silence our families, you will silence our teachers, and most importantly, you will silence our students. I should say we. While we may not like what people have to say, it is their right to say it. With that being said, I do ask the community to remember that we are all people up here, people with families, jobs, and lives outside of this board. We are all here for the purpose of our children and our schools. Please remember kindness and respect and a better decorum. Remember that you are speaking and showing things not only in front of us, but many of our students, our staff, our public community, and small children. We must lead by a better example. And now for the fun stuff. Good luck to the West Valley Wolfpack as they travel to Soldotna this weekend to take on the Soldotna Stars. They'll be back in action on home turf next week versus Wasilla. Go Wolfpack. Wolfpack Volleyball takes on Lathrop tomorrow. Lathrop will be taking on North Pole this Saturday at Lathrop High School. If you want to see a heck of a game, make some time, stop by Lathrop. It is going to be wild. Good luck to the Lady Malamute volleyball team, as also this weekend they will be headed down to Valdez. I wish everyone a great next couple of weeks, and we'll see you at the next school board meeting. Thank you to our admin for being here.
Heading down to Mr. Shannon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't got a whole lot to add. It's definitely an interesting night. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Don't got much.
Next, Ms. Maple.
I also don't have much. I did want to, as Ms. Burnett was giving her thoughts on our work session last week, I have spent the past week also reflecting on the conversations that we had here, and you know, trying to weigh some of the things that Ms. Burnett just brought up with some of the things that, with some of my own reasons. And I would like to have this be an issue that is not so, I don't want the board president's ability to reorganize the schedule to become a politicized thing. And I fear that that is what is just happening by nature. And in order to avoid that, I honestly am finding myself sitting in a similar place to Miss Burnett, because I very specifically want to make sure that the board president is able to rearrange the agenda without it being overanalyzed when we need to. For instance, in having a conversation with Dr. Meinert and with Grier Hopkins, who's very familiar with these processes, being involved with the unions and their involvement with our meetings and people showing up to testify, like weighing all of this. Our budget sessions are where, it's really important that we be able to efficiently get to business, especially meetings that are going to take hours and hours and hours. And when we're doing budget sessions, everything that people want to show up and talk about, it is agenda items. We would get to it in a prompt time without non-agenda items at those meetings. So with the intention to protect the board president's ability to reorganize our agenda at their discretion for the best interest of everybody involved, I've sort of found myself sitting in a different place in the past week, a very different place. So I don't know what that means for, how we proceed, but I did want to just get that on the record, I suppose. With that said, I stand by all of my concerns about public testimony, and I really appreciate Ms. Burnett, coming back to that, yeah, she wants to make sure that we're protecting that freedom of speech and also remind everybody that everybody's listening, and that when you're able to come up and speak, we can disagree and never disrespect one another. There are plenty of people sitting up here that I typically agree with, and when we don't agree, we still stay respectful. And I think it is completely reasonable to ask that of the community. And so very specifically, what I am referencing is when you say, I don't intend to bash anybody, I love everybody, and then immediately call a certain group of people bad or mentally ill or satanic or unfit to be around children, you are doing that. So at the very least, if you're going to do it, please don't preface with, I don't want to hurt anybody either, because you are. And we're all listening. And, our public testimony, the way our agenda is set up, it is broadcast on the air. We're not done like the assembly before we go on the radio. So these things are heard. It's not just the people in the room. And I want to do my best to honor what we're hearing from the community, and I'd like to see the community do their best to honor the space that we're in. So that's what I got. Thank you.
Mr. Burgess.
We have a growing problem of misinformation and incivility in our community, really in our nation right now. And it's resulting in a lot of unfounded attacks on public officials and supporters of public officials. Unfortunately, this incivility seems to be encouraged by certain sitting officials and some seeking public office in an attempt to discredit or intimidate those that they have decided are their opponents. It's up to citizens to avoid blindly trusting people who act as authorities and to do the work to check your facts. It is up to citizens to decide if they want to join in on bullying and divisiveness, or if they want to live in a town where respect is valued, where community service is valued, and where we can discuss our differences and still find a way to move forward together. with respect and humanity intact. This problem has been going on for several years. It's not new. And in fact, it's a major part of what inspired me to run for this office, believe it or not. The school board this year has functioned extremely well. I've been impressed with all of the members working together, listening to each other, showing kindness and respect towards one another, and behaving professionally as a team. I have been proud to be a part of this team. And I look forward to continuing the good work that we do. Regarding the testimony we heard about our curriculum tonight, some members of the public said that a blog article suggested that our curriculum or the process of developing curriculum is hidden. It was also pointed out by a member of the public, as well as our board president and superintendent, that all of that information can actually be found on our website. And if you have trouble finding it, I'm sure our administration would help if you call or email. Whether it's the process, committee meeting schedules, or the curriculum itself, it is all truly there, laid bare for the world to see. Which brings me to my next point. To provide some context for some of the testimony that we heard tonight that was directed at me specifically. My family experienced a violation of our privacy last week. A photo that was shared by my wife 3 years ago, long before I was on the board, was shared by my wife amongst her Facebook friends, not publicly. Last week it was shared publicly without our permission. To be clear, the photo shows me cooking bacon in minimal personal protective equipment. It is not pornographic. It is a bit cheeky in that my posterior is visible. And, you know, I mean, what can I say? It was a warm morning. The kids were gone. My wife and I were having a fun time being comfortable and silly. It was a moment of mirth. I want to emphasize again, this photo was never shared publicly by me or my wife, but it was shared by her amongst a group of her friends, people she thought she could trust. The screenshot was taken in 2021, and you can tell that because it says at the top of the screenshot, posted 6 days ago, and that's when it was posted. Okay, so think of the implications there. Just think of that. Someone saved this photo and sat on it for 3 years. It's not about my service on the board. This seems like it's someone with a personal vendetta trying to humiliate or embarrass us. But the idea that there's anything improper about a man and his wife enjoying a silly moment in the privacy of their own home is asinine. And I would also have to say, if you think that it is inappropriate to share a photo like that, why would you present it in a public meeting for the school board when there are children in the room? What are you doing, people? The public sharing of this photo is not on me. That's on the people who have violated my family's privacy. There's nothing scandalous about it. Again, it was shared only among friends who my wife believed that she could trust. And you could say that it may have been poor judgment to post it in the first place, but you know, hindsight is 20/20. In any case, I really hope we can put an end to this. I'd like it to be behind us. In 10 years or so, I hope that we can look in our rear view mirrors and laugh about it. And to be very clear, this photo documents a moment of joy, of laughter, of goofiness and celebration. This was a moment of fun and tenderness with my wife, and regardless of what people say about this photo or about me or my wife or my family, you cannot take that joy and that mirth away from me. Lastly, I'd like to thank all of the community members who have sent messages of support to me and my family over this past week. It is truly appreciated to know that I have the support of many members of this community and that most people are recognizing things for what they are. As Ms. Burnett said, I hope that you continue to stay engaged and pay attention and let us know when you do support us or when you have criticism. But if you do offer criticism, please make it relevant. Offer it in a way that is not personal, and model respectful behavior for other citizens and for our students who may be listening. I don't want our kids or their kids to have to be subjected to the same divisiveness and vitriol that we are currently experiencing. We should be able to disagree and still recognize and respect each other's humanity. I maintain hope and optimism that this community can move beyond these divisive times and focus instead on the important work that we have ahead of us to make this borough and this school district a place where we can build a future for everyone. Thank you.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I just have an opportunity to share with our community. A longtime partnership has been between the district and the University of Alaska Museum of the North and our docent programs where school classes get to do a field trip to the museum, get a presentation presented by volunteer docents. They have many other programs as well in providing services and kits and sharing other things with the district through the after-school program and directly to teachers, et cetera. But this is an opportunity for anyone who might be interested in working with elementary students for an hour and a half, 1 day a week. It's a semester commitment at a time, but they're looking for a few more docents. We have about 20 right now, and we could use a few more. So I just want to say, if you're interested in having a chance to work with a great group of people, the volunteers are fantastic, the support at the museum is great, and to really interact with kids, learning about science and cultures and art and other areas of the museum, and learning about some of the insides of the museum. Just contact the Museum of the North and ask for the education department and say, I want to be a docent. So great opportunity, very satisfying. The kids are great, the teachers are great. And so I would just say, think about it.
Mine will be fairly brief in response to the two members who did bring up public comment section. I reflected and talked to a lot of people as well on this, and I will say that it is no one's intent on this board to silence our public. I still maintain that from an efficiency standpoint, having non-agenda items take up an hour at the start of our meeting is probably not the wisest way to begin a meeting if we are trying to accomplish board work, as it is past 10 o'clock right now, and we're just still going there, and this is kind of early actually for us. But in a phone call I referenced earlier, a member of the public gave an idea that I'm just going to share with the board so we all have the same information, of possibly adding a spot to the agenda that would be board response to public comments. I have a little apprehension because I don't want us to be seen as arguing with the public, and it would still just be a one-way conversation where they talk at us and then we talk at them. But it is kind of how we've been using our closing comments anyways, but at least it could be more applicable where people might still be in the room to hear us respond instead of 10 o'clock at night, and who knows if they actually are here listening. If the board is not supportive of changing the time so that it is right before our closing comments, that might be another way to go about it, still keeping it an earlier time, but allowing misinformation in that to be corrected. Beyond that, it is an honor to serve with each and every one of you, and that has not changed over this past week. I am proud to be on this board. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned.